I'm Christine Robinson, Mayor of West Grey, and welcome to our July 7th, 2020 Council meeting. I'm calling the meeting to order. All members of Council are present. As per their log-on, we have a quorum. We are using audio only to conduct this electronic meeting. Video at this point is not possible at this time due to limited bandwidth with some areas of West Grey. Bandwidth is challenging our ability to do a complete video broadcast, so for now we are sharing today's agenda in addition to the audio. So, calling the meeting to order, we do know that we have a quorum. The agenda has been circulated. The meeting is being recorded and will be posted on our West Grey website, www.westgrey.com. The technology for the meeting is being managed by staff. Please refrain from clicking buttons throughout the meeting unless prompted. Okay, so on item number 2, moment of reflection. Members of Council and those listening, please take a quiet moment. Thank you very much. On item 3, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Members of Council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none. Item 4 now, closed session. We do not have a closed session this morning on the agenda. Item 5, matters arising from the closed session. That would be an NA in relation to item number 4. Item 6, comment period. Supervisor Hewlett, have you received any emails, phone calls, or correspondence submitted in our Dropbox pertaining to this comment period?
As of currently, we have received no correspondence.
Is there anyone on the meeting right now that has a comment? All right, thank you. Item 7, public meetings, that is an NA. We are now on item 8, consent agenda. Madam Clerk, could you please read the recommendation, and then I will be looking for a mover and a seconder.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. The consent agenda recommendation is that consent agenda items 8.1.1, Council minutes of June 16th, 2020, and 8.1.2, Clerk Recruiting Committee minutes of May 6th, 8th, 12th, and 29th, 2020 are hereby approved, and that consent agenda items 8.2 to 8.4 inclusive be received for information.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving the motion.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
Morning, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second the motion.
Okay, I do have a comment on the minutes, the Clerk Recruiting Committee minutes. Madam Clerk, may I just make a comment on that? All right, so members of Council and those listening in, on the Clerk Recruiting Committee minutes of May 6, 2020, you will note that I have moved a motion and also to move the adjournment, or the motion was moved by myself, resolved that the Clerk Recruiting Committee hereby returns to open session, and then also I seconded the adjournment. For this first meeting, Madam CAO was chairing the meeting, so I was able to participate in that function. On the subsequent meetings, I was asked to chair the meeting, and I didn't move or second items as I was chairing. I just wanted that clarity for everyone, for one and all. Okay, Councillor Hutchinson, you have a question? We need to unmute Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yes, Councillor Hutchison here. Yeah, I just wondered in the agenda, consent agenda, the routine department reports, I didn't see a lot of reports. I'm just wondering if we can have an update on particularly concession 2, and then maybe the bridge that was closed temporarily. I don't know whether there's an opportunity for us to have a report maybe from our Director of Infrastructure.
I would say that this is the, all right, then Clerk Sharbeck. So it wouldn't be now as they're approving it? What is, if you could just provide the procedure on it then, please, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. There are no routine department reports brought forward to this agenda to be included in the consent agenda. However, if this 8.2, Councillor Hutchinson could ask that 8.2 be pulled from the consent agenda and addressed immediately after the consent agenda if there's just questions about an update. Reports will be coming to a future meeting, however.
So the items that were moved.
But we just want it. There's nothing to approve in the consent agenda under 8.2.
So we can have an update now.
Not while this motion is on the floor, but after the consent agenda, 8.2 could be addressed immediately following this. Does that make?
Yeah. So Councillor Hutchinson, following the motion to be voted on under the next item, which is 8.2, I will call on you again, and we will have our Director Shawinski provide an update.
Okay, so it sounds like I'm asking for 8.2 to be pulled from the consent agenda for a further report.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Two things. I just noticed shortly after we asked if there was anyone who had public comment after we closed that opportunity, I do notice that there's a hand raised on a phone line.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we might have missed someone. So just raising that to staff.
So I do see it, and but I had called for the motion to be read and then voted on. So we're at a stage where I can't acknowledge it, but I will acknowledge it right after the meeting. Not after the meeting, after this motion. It's just once the motion is in place. But thank you for the question, and in order for me to provide clarity on that.
Thank you very much. And then also in regards to the motion that is on the table,
yes.
Could we please pull, there's 3 different requests from 3 different community members. If we could please pull those for discussion later in the meeting.
Could you please identify which ones you'd like pulled?
Oh, yes. So it'd be 12, 13, and 14 of miscellaneous correspondence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hergert, then?
Thank you very much. I was just noticing in the June 16th minutes that are included as part of the consent that we have, so this is June 16th meeting, and the discussion indicated that we went into a closed session, and then it states that Mr. Errol Treslin was in the meeting with us. I believe that's a meeting where we did not have him attend.
That is correct.
Just like that.
Is correct.
Yep, and removed from the minutes.
Yes.
And then also for the correspondence, I was hoping to have the Schwartz correspondence and the Art Rivest correspondence.
What?
Okay, the Arthur Rivas correspondence it's listed as 8.3.14, so it will be removed, raised.
It has been.
Has already been requested. And what was the other one, Councillor Hergert?
Schwartz, Alicia Schwartz, and the secondary dwelling.
Yes, that also has
already
been pulled, and that is item 8.313. So thank you very much. Okay. Clerk Sharbeck, you seem to have a comment with regard to the minutes then, as a little different than what I'm saying. So you have the mic right now.
That resolution to go into closed session, Your Worship, is exactly how it was moved, seconded, and voted on. So the motion was to include Mr. Errol Treslin. He ended up not attending the closed session, but it doesn't change that resolution was voted on word for word. So it stays the same in the minutes. Afterwards, the matters arising from the closed, we could clarify that Mr. Treslin did at that point.
Oh, okay.
Section 5, we could identify that Mr. Treslin did not attend the closed meeting.
Okay, I think that'll satisfy all concerned. With that, thank you for that. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you. I am assuming section 8.4 is also under the consent agenda motion, and it does not list all of the future committee meetings, and I was wondering why not.
Clerk Sharback. So what meetings are you suggesting, Councillor Townsend? Let's start there.
Sure. First of all, I know that there's an economic development meeting on the 16th of July at 9:30, and I wasn't sure if there was any others from anybody else, but there was really no committee meetings other than those that are being generated from staff directly rather than the committees.
So we will, on these minutes, we will identify that there is a July 16th, 2020 Economic Development Committee meeting to be held at 9:30, and that will be a Zoom meeting, I presume.
Correct.
Yes. I'm just going to say, do you have any other meetings that you are aware of?
No.
All right. Members of council, are there any other meetings that you are aware of that need to be added and reflected in these minutes? If so, put up your hand. All right. Thank you for that clarity. Now, I think we're at a point where before I go to Councillor Hutchinson, we will then be able to call the question on the motion, which I will have read again. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchison here. I am attending through Zoom, BIA meeting, executive meeting tomorrow evening at 7. I don't think we were aware of it when Lindsay was asking for the input. So
okay,
just for FYI.
Well, very good to know. That'll be reflected as well, I think. But he's a council representative on it. So
right.
Thank you for that. Okay. Is there anything further? Okay. So, Madam Clerk, could you please read the motion? We do have some items pulled from miscellaneous correspondence, and also a reflection that we will be looking at the just an additional clarification further on in the meeting. Please go ahead with that, with the mover and seconder acknowledged as well.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, that consent agenda items 8.1.1, council minutes of June 16th, 2020, and 8.1.2, clerk recruiting minutes of May 6th, 8th, 12th, and 29th, 2020, are hereby approved as amended, and that as amended was to add the note about Mr. Townsend not being included in this closed session.
Errol Treslin. The name is Errol Treslin.
Errol Treslin,
yes.
And that consent agenda items 8.3.12, 8.3.13, 8.3.14, and 8.2 are pulled to be addressed immediately following the consent agenda. Otherwise, items 8.2 to 8.4 inclusive are received for information.
Okay. Are we all clear on the motion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify with a check mark. Those not in favor of the motion, please indicate with an X mark. All right, here we go. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of the motion. Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you are voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hamilton? Yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Thank you. Motion does carry. Now, before we go on and deal with these items, Clerk, I see that there's an individual, at least a phone number, identified by an individual with their hand up, and I believe it is in connection with the comment period. I'm going to take that now before we get into the other discussion, because I think we're going to have further discussion on that. Procedurally, do you see a difficulty with that?
Through you, Your Worship. We will reflect in the minutes that at this point in time, Council returned to agenda item number 6, comment period.
Thank you. And members of the council and those citizens listening in, we'll just go back to that comment period to address the individual with that phone number, and then we will swiftly move on to the items that have been pulled through 8.3 miscellaneous correspondence. So with the help of Supervisor Hewlett, the individual that has his or her hand up, could you please unmute?
Yes, I can unmute the individual with the last 2 digits of the phone number are 42, and they will just have to state their name and then their comment.
Hello, and welcome to our meeting. Could you please identify yourself?
Yes, it's Marianne Ratcliffe. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Marianne. It's nice to see that you're here. I have to say that we moved on from the comment period. We're back on it now, but we needed to go through the rest of the agenda. So sorry I did not see your hand in that, but here you go. Do you have a comment?
Okay, my comment, actually I have 2 comments now, because the first comment was a request that a copy of the treasurer's voucher be included in the agenda.
Yeah.
It's not visible for us to see. And the second one is you don't have the instructions for how to request to be a commenter. There's no, the star 9, I had to remember.
Okay.
Which is why it took me so long to plug in. I had, oh yeah, it's star 9. You didn't mention it when you asked for comments, and it's not at the top of the agenda page.
Thank you very much.
So if that could be added, that'd be appreciated.
So on your first item, I acknowledge that the vouchers were not included in this agenda. That is problematic. They should have been included, because that's how we address that particular item. I do know that staff have some comments with regard to the new e-scribe, and we'll address that. But I do agree that is documentation that not only council required, but also citizens to have that available. Thank you for your comment on that, and also paying attention to the agenda. It's very much appreciated. Your second comment about instructions for logging in or phoning in and having the ability to participate, I think is so noted and will be addressed. Thank you for that. Anything further before I move on, Marion?
No, that's it. Thank you for coming back. I really appreciate it.
Of course. No, that was absolutely necessary to do that. And thank you for understanding we needed to go through a little bit of procedure before I could go back in the agenda. Okay, hopefully you're able to stay on for the whole meeting. Talk to you again.
Yeah, right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye now. All right, members of council, I see that Councillor Hutchinson, you have a check mark. Are you able to clear your dashboard? Thank you. All right, now, Madam Clerk, can you walk us through the pulled items from 8.3, the miscellaneous correspondence, of which there are 3?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. 8.2 was the first item pulled from the consent agenda by Councillor Hutchinson. Routine reports. Wondering if council would like to address item 8.2 first.
Yes, actually, very good. Thank you for identifying that. Councillor Hutchinson, please. Do you want to restate your question?
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson here. I just wondered if our director, Serwinski, could give us an update. I know there's a lot of work going on with the high pressure gas line, and I had a call from an individual about the condition of the road, and I know it's not great. And but I'm just wondering, what's that? I know there was an agreement that they were going to repair whatever damage they did and whatever, but can maybe Director Swinsky sort of bring us review what we're planning on doing with that road, because it was pretty bad before. So what are we looking at, and when are we looking at doing some repairs to the road on that concession 2, Bentic?
And thank you for the question, Councillor Hutchinson. Great timing on that. Director Schwinsky, are you able to provide a comment?
Good morning, Your Worship, members of Council. Through Your Worship, essentially, we're continuing to work with Enbridge with respect to the restoration of Concession 2. There is an agreement, there's a franchise agreement that was signed with Enbridge, I believe, back in 2008 with respect to this project. And also, as far as the condition of the road, that is part of the restoration program. And essentially, we're working with Enbridge to come up with a plan that, how should I say, is amenable to both parties, and is where Enbridge is only interested in, they want to make sure that whatever disturbances we have within the road allowance are made better than they're made the same or better than before. So we're continuing to work with them to try to improve the road in general. I don't have the exact details and lineages to share at this particular moment, but I will bring that forward to Council at a later date. I understand that the road is a little rough in certain areas, as it is a rather major construction project that's ongoing. But at this moment, those are both the only details that I can provide at this time.
Councillor Hutchinson, first of all, thank you, Director Schwinsky, for the update. Councillor Hutchinson and council members and those listening in, I just want to give you a little bit of an update as well. I do know that Director Schwinsky will be providing an update on the Enbridge project, and it will be coming to a very soon meeting. So definitely that's a checkpoint there. I had the opportunity to participate in a meeting with Enbridge representatives and also Director Schwinsky and Tim Cook, who is our road supervisor. So we do know that Enbridge wants to be a good corporate and community partner, and we did have conversations in terms of what the road would look like, including trees. So that is a discussion that was most favorable, but there is more update to come forward. So Councillor Hutchinson, thanks for that inquiry. Is there anything further at this point?
No, not in terms of this, other than just to say that the road wasn't in very good shape to begin with, so I would hope that we're looking at probably doing some new tar and chip or something to repair that road. If they put it back to the condition it was in before, it was poor before, so they'll be putting it back to a poor condition, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Anyway, so yeah, hopefully we're going to do some work and fix that road up in near future, and look forward to the report.
Yes.
One other question I had was regarding the bridge that was closed. Do we know where we're at with that in terms of, I know we're looking into getting it repaired. Have we let tenders out? Where are we at with that bridge that's closed on the 4th?
Well, Director, are you able to provide any comment where you're at with this?
Certainly, through Your Worship. Essentially, I'm waiting for Council's decision with respect to committee's recommendation to repair the bridge, and so I'm thinking that perhaps at the next council meeting that will be before you, and if should council choose to have it follow the recommendation and have it repaired, then we would proceed after that with respect to tendering and so forth, and to start the project.
Okay, perfect. So you'll be bringing something forward for us. Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
Well, I was just thinking, did we not at our last council meeting give the go-ahead to repair that bridge?
We did at Committee of the Whole, and then it was Clerk Sharback, it was just approved through the consent agenda, correct? I don't know that you're muted at this point. Normally what we have is the items that are on Committee of the Whole get approved through our routine report on the next council meeting. So that's what this council expectation was, that it was included. So, Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councillor, for the inquiry. The challenge that we had with this particular cycle is that, yes, normally you would see the minutes at the following council meeting. However, that council meeting was on Tuesday. Wednesday was a stat holiday, and staff simply haven't had a chance to get the minutes on this agenda. So that is, our cycle is really tight, and when there's a stat holiday in the middle of the week, it makes it impossible. Okay, so it's going to be on the next agenda. All right, thank you for that clarity. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
No, that's fine. I just think I realized I didn't see it, so that's why I was sort of inquiring. But that's fine. I'll look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Herger, please.
So I'm just curious, because of that timing situation for this last week, is there any holdup for our Director of Infrastructure Public Works to go ahead? And like, we could put it on this agenda today. I know that's not our preference, but is there any holdup for our Director of Infrastructure Public Works on that?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Clerk Sharpak, please.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Even though the Committee of the Whole minutes in its entirety is not on this agenda, it's at Council's wish if that recommendation from Committee of the Whole be brought forward and approved by Council to proceed. The Committee of the Whole did pass a resolution to approve the work going forward and moving the funds in the budget to allow for the work to go forward. So if it's Council's wish to adopt that recommendation from Committee of the Whole, you can certainly do that.
Can we do that right now?
You sure can.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So I'm going to say right now that if with the consent of my council, if you're on agreement, I will say that it was, I'm going to say Councillor Herger and Councillor Hutchinson, because they were both speaking on it. Would that be okay for mover and seconder? And would council be okay with that? And if you are, please give a check mark. I want to make sure I have consensus. We have also a determination from the clerk that it is procedurally fine. Perfect. Clear your dashboard then. I appreciate the support on this one. Moved by Councillor Herger, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. If you could just the approval of the Committee of the Whole recommendation with regard to, I think it's Bridge 17, is that right, Director?
Yes.
Yeah, Bridge 17, and the work that the committee recommended. Will that suffice for it? I'm kind of doing on talking on my feet for wordsmithing, which I used to do as a profession. Any questions on that motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson here. I'm having a little problem with the audio. I never heard the first part of Councillor Hergert's talk there. So I don't know. I seem to get audio cutting in and out a little bit today. I'm not sure that's all about. But can
I can
you just
summarize?
rephrase?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you rephrase, please?
Are you okay to hear me?
Yes,
are
yes.
you fine?
Yeah.
All right. So Councillor Hergert further spoke about what you were talking about in terms of Bridge 17. Is there an ability for this council to approve the Committee of the Whole recommendation from last week with regard to Bridge 17 so that our director is able to move ahead with, the repair on that bridge? The clerk has identified that, yes, that could be done, and the motion, which I'm suggesting, moved by Councillor Hergert, seconded by yourself, if that would be okay, because you were mentioning it, and then we would call the question on that. So that's, we also have, I also asked the members of council if they were okay with doing this. It's sort of out of order, but certainly procedurally correct. So that's the summary I have right now, and then I know our clerk wants to speak. So is that update acceptable to you, Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Just a reminder that at this point in time I have moved by Councillor Hergert, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson.
Right.
That council approved the Committee of the Whole recommendation to proceed with a budget adjustment to rehabilitate Bridge 17 in 2020 by transferring a portion of funds allocated to Bridge 46, and further that the remaining 2020 budget for Bridge 46 be used to complete the preliminary work in 2020, with the surplus carried forward to the 2021 budget for Bridge 46, allowing it to be shovel ready in 2021.
Okay, members of council? All those in favor of the motion, please signify with a check mark. Those not in favor, please signify with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of the motion. Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Motion does carry. Thank you very much, council members, for that. Could you please clear your dashboard? Okay. I believe we are now on the correspondence, starting with 8.3.12. Clerk Scharbeck, could you take us through these three items? The first one, just because I don't like a lot of pause, 8.3.12 is the Music in the Park council request. I do want to tell you, members of council, that I had an opportunity to speak with Dr. Era, who is the medical officer of health. So the request here is the correspondence has come from Heather Wright, and the Committee of Music in the Park would like to hold music in the park at Riverside Park again this year, and so they're just looking for approval from council. So I did speak with Dr. Era on this item, and I wanted to just understand, with regard to there being provincial regulations and also public health regulations, how does this impact the request coming through to council? And I very much appreciate Heather Wright sending the correspondence here. So members of council, I believe that we should forward this request on to public health. So the organizers provide a plan to public health with regard to the events that they would like to deal with. I know that the province is in a reopening stage. There are some caveats to the regulations, and public health is the agency by which they can make the approvals from the provincial regulations. So this is why I'm thinking that this would be the best course of action. Wanted to provide that information to you ahead of time. I just did a bit of homework on your behalf. Councillor Shea, please.
I'm wondering, I have some sort of general COVID-19 questions and how the municipality is dealing with everything. We haven't had an update in a while. Is the emergency committee still functioning? And isn't this the sort of request that would have been handled by that committee?
So we are still meeting as a emergency control group. There was a planned update for the next meeting, not for this one, but for our next meeting. I can tell you that if this request came through our emergency control group, we would definitely put it through to Dr. Era. It's just that this item was addressed to West Grey Council, and it would, so you need to see it as council members, but also that as emergency control group, we would not make the determination. We would definitely send it off to Dr. Era and Public Health for a comment, and also assisting the organizers in terms of the regulations that that they need to follow.
Okay, so I'm all for sending it to public health. I was just curious about what mechanisms we were currently using and if the emergency control group was still active. So yes, that it is. I have another question about this. This group is a committee of council, I believe. Is that right?
So I'd have to look to staff. Your question is so noted because I do know at some point there was a discussion on this, but I would have to ask staff to confirm that. So Madam CAO, is that something that we could get a prompt answer on?
Excuse me, yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Shea, I don't believe they are a committee of council. We don't have any bylaw appointing any members.
Okay.
We did at one point provide some funding, but that's all been adjusted with our budget for this year as well. And I don't know, yes, our treasurer's here. Perhaps she can confirm my understanding.
Director Mighton? Director Mighton, are you able to respond to the question, or do you need the question recited again? Now I see that your mic is open. Is there some functionality that we need to be concerned because she hasn't responded yet? Okay. We, what I'm telling members of council and those listening in, our CAO is going to have Director Mighton respond. So one moment. Good question, Councillor Shea. We do need to seek clarity on that. So we will get a response in one moment to that. Oh, and in the meantime, because I don't like a lot of airtime, I also want to say that our Durham Marching Band has been in contact with me throughout COVID-19, and they are waiting for the appropriate time in which they could restart all of their practices. So I am going to suggest to them as well that they submit a plan to public health. I think that I anticipate that I'll be that they'll be in touch with me again, and I think this is just an action plan by which that we can get things done in advance. So okay,
if I could just clarify my point.
Absolutely, you can.
Sure. So my only question was, if it is a committee of council, and I thought it might be just for like insurance reasons or something like that, then we would need to approach having new appointments differently. They've alerted us that they're changing the composition of the committee. So if they're their own separate group, that's just up to them, and they're just giving us an FYI. But if they are a committee of council, then we would have to go through a process to appoint new committee members. And
yes. And very good point, Councillor, because on the citizen appointment bylaw, the clerk has called it up on her computer. It's item 4, Friends of Music in the Park, and it's identified through this citizen appointment bylaw that Donna Clark and Ralph Clark, who have identified that they would like to have decided to retire from the committee, they have been appointed. So we'll have to get the bylaw adjusted, and I'll look to the clerk to bring the appropriate amending bylaw forward, which will reflect their retirement from the committee, but also that Dwight and Shirley Clark have volunteered to take their place. Good.
Well, so my point was, do we just allow committees to self-appoint members, or does it happen through a process that includes advertising the positions, et cetera?
Yeah, and I think with this one, it's been a little different because it's like their own committee that we've been a part of, but however, it's now part of our umbrella of committees. So I'm going to be looking at our CAO to provide a comment, or our clerk, because we want to address this properly, if they need to fill out the forms, or is it, because it's in our appointment bylaw, staff, what is the best approach for this, is what the councillor is saying. Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Shea. I was not aware of this appointment. We have an awful lot of committees, so this is good to know. And my understanding is that you are correct, Councillor. Any replacement appointees does come to council, just the same as if someone is interested in joining or stepping down and the committee has a replacement, that replacement needs to come to council. So I'm pleased to see that Ms. Wright has provided this. We can reach out to the clerks if we don't have their information already on file. It's just a simple application form. If we have it, that's fine. We'll just confirm with them and bring it to council for updating that bylaw.
Anything further, Councillor Shea, please?
No, thank you.
Okay, so we do know there's another element to this that we will add on, and certainly that I know that staff have identified that. So do we need Director Mighton then, because you've already answered that question on that? Okay, so that's good. Councillor Shea has completed his questions. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. Just to go along with that, I'm curious about where we're at with the hydro connection for this group, because they came to council and put up some money towards getting a hydro connection box in Riverside Park. And I believe that we gave the go-ahead to that, but I don't think anything has happened with it. So I'm sort of curious of where we are, and I would like to, given the downtime that we have right now, it'd be a good time to get it done. So I'd like to have maybe a meeting of our director and maybe our public works and Heather Wright, and try to narrow down where we would put that hydro, given that I had some ideas of future development there where we might end up with a like a not gazebo, but some kind of building there overlooking the dam.
Yes, and I know you've been very instrumental in this vision and seeing this through in terms of having the infrastructure necessary. Madam CAO, could you give an update on Councillor Hutchinson's inquiry?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. I do recall that this committee did indicate that they would be funding this electrical hookup. I think our Director of Finance could help me out here, though, because I'm not quite sure if there was a matching fund from the municipality or if it was just really over to infrastructure to identify the site.
Okay. Director Mighton, are you able to respond?
Yes, we did have that included in the budget. The Music in the Park donated in 2019 $1,780 towards the project. And our total budget this year, we have put in an additional $2,300, not knowing exactly how much would be involved in it. But we do have additional funds in addition to their 1,700 that they donated in last year that we put into reserve and carry forward for 2020.
Okay, so that's dealing with the funding portion. Now the operational part of it in terms of getting the work done. Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Director, for that. So at this point, I will speak with Director Shawinski and his team to see when they could sort of arrange a meeting with physical distancing kept in mind, and see what the logistics would look like for getting that work started.
Okay, so once we address this matter, there's actually 3 components that we'd be looking to after we address. There's a couple, Councillor Hutchinson still has a mic. I just want to make a comment, and then Councillor Herger. But there's 3 components. If Council is all in agreement, it's and we will provide assistance to Heather Wright in terms of providing the plan to Dr. Era, the assistance, meaning that we'll provide the contact information for Dr. Era that she could provide the plan. We'd be looking to our clerk to bring forward the appropriate appointment bylaw and all the information that would be required from the new individuals that will be considered for appointment on the upcoming citizen bylaw, and also our CAO and Director of Infrastructure and Public Works will connect with Heather Wright and organization in terms of the hydro matter, and then all of this will be reported back to Council in terms of how it's being addressed and things being accomplished. Councillor Hutchinson, you still have the mic.
Yeah, so I wouldn't mind being involved in that meeting if I could be, just because I have some background in meeting with those groups, and we might want to include our Frazzle Fest, our Arts Fest representative in there too, because they're very much involved in using that park for their festival. So anyways, yeah, look, I think we should move forward with the hydro end of it, because regardless of whether the group performs this summer or not, we've committed to that, and I'd like to see us get that done.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson, thank you for asking to participate in that. I think that makes a lot of sense. So we will include you in that information for when that meeting will take place for sure. So
thank you.
Yeah, that's good. So we haven't. Okay, our clerk is prompting me that we need a motion. So I do have Councillor Hutchins, Councillor Hergert with her hand up. Are you suggesting that I get a motion first before I can go through Councillor Hergert for her question?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship.
Yep.
I think it would be clear at this point to have a motion advising who is representing the municipality at this meeting.
Yep. Thank you.
So I have.
That's why you're the clerk. So I'm looking for a motion. If the motion can be addressed. So, I look for a mover and seconder with check marks. And then when we have a motion in place, we'll have questions, and the first councillor I'm going to go to is Councillor Hergert. So I note that Deputy Mayor Hutchinson has a check mark, and also Councillor Hutchinson. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, please, are you moving a motion, and state what that motion is?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. It's Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I'd move to appoint Councillor Hutchinson to that, committee or meeting anyway.
Okay, and okay, I'm just going to facilitate, if I might, and along with Councillor Hutchinson be appointed to attend that meeting and be a representative. Also that the organizers of the Committee for Music in the Park submit their plan to, for this event to Public Health in order to get information from Public Health with regard to provincial regulations. Would you look to include that in your motion?
Absolutely, and thank you for the follow-up on that, Mayor Robinson.
Okay, and the other item to that is that we request that the clerk bring forward an amending citizen appointment bylaw that addresses Ralph and Donna Clark's retirement from the committee and also Dwight and Shirley Clark's appointment. So we've got the three-prong items. So are you suggesting that in your motion? As a facilitator, I wanted to include that.
Yes, Mayor Rhodes. I'm having a little struggle here, dropping in and out with the internet. I couldn't hear but yes, I will support what you've just said there. Thank you.
Well, I want to make sure you have clarity as the mover. So that is the appointment for Councillor Hutchinson to be a part of the meetings to deal with the hydro for Music in the Park and other events that it's just for the hydro connection. The upcoming proposed bylaw dealing with the citizen appointments for this committee, and also that that we're looking to the organizers of this event to submit a plan to public health for their guidance in terms of this event. All right, so are you clear on that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson.
I'm also going to say, Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchinson, I will second as long as that's not a conflict, given that I'm putting myself at the meeting, but.
Oh, you're suggesting because you are, you're the seconder of the motion, and it's in the motion, it's for you to attend the meetings.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, is there any issue with that?
Thank you, Your Worship. It would be Councillor Hutchinson's choice whether to proceed as the seconder. With that, it's his call on whether he feels it's a conflict or not.
What do you want to do with that?
That's fine. I would do that. I wouldn't put it down as a meeting that I would charge for anyway. So I would go there as a volunteer.
Okay, so you're seconding the motion, you're saying?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Now, I do have a hand up with Councillor Herger, but before that, Madam CAO, was there something you needed to add to within regards to this motion, or something this council needed to know?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You clarified it in your second recap. I was hopeful that the first part of the motion would talk about that the hydro is available for community groups, not just for the location for Music in the Park, because I think Councillor Hutchinson was talking about Arts Fest and other groups. So I think you've clarified that by saying a meeting to address a hydro location for community groups, something like that. Okay.
Well, thank you. And thanks for that clarification, because it's not only for Music in the Park, but it's for any event that we hold. But so clarity is always necessary. So we have a mover and seconder for the motion. Councillor Herger, please. Question, comment?
Yes, question. I was curious how, first off, I guess I didn't realize that Music in the Park was even a committee of council. I understood that we had some affiliation with the band, right, with the equipment and so on. I guess what I'm looking for is how many other little committees of council are we doing? And to Councillor Shea's earlier point, we're not just going to put people on the committee, because we should be going out and soliciting everybody to be on the committee prior to just adding names. I think that's part of the inclusivity as we get down to our notice of motion today, that we would know the committees of council that we have, and we would encourage them to have proper training in all the different avenues and areas that we do. But if we really don't understand what committees of council we have, then that could be an issue for making sure that we have administration to those committees, making sure that everybody's up on procedure. And I think by now adding a member of council to it, it really does solidify it. And maybe we're not exactly sure of the status or the relationship. I was under the impression that this was a community organization utilizing an area of West Grey that happens to be our own park, like a West Grey owned park, but never has there been a public meeting that I could attend or something of that nature. So I would caution our council, although we want to have, you know, a lot of collaboration with community groups, I hesitate to recommend a committee of council. So I would be looking for our clerk and CAO to bring back a report about their status actually, and whether they are in fact a committee of council, we will have all kinds of accessibility and other, there's just a myriad of pieces of legislation that any committee of council would be subject to. And I don't want to overburden this volunteer group to live up to our expectations of a committee of council. So I am hesitant to, I appreciate Councillor Hutchison being willing to go, and we need somebody to be there to liaise between the different community groups to make sure we, hit the mark of what they need, specifically in this case, electricity. However, I think that there's a bigger picture going on in the background, and that is why I would hesitate to appoint a council member and appoint these new people to the committee without first soliciting the greater populace.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Hergert. I appreciate all of your comments. What we're going to do is we're going to have the clerk circulate the citizen appointment bylaw to all members of council. So that's step number one, so that the members of council will see that bylaw that they passed. It's a good refresher for sure, and it is the bylaw number, I'm being told, is number 30, bylaw number 36-2020, but we'll have that circulated to members of council. Step number one, for sure. Councillor Hutchinson is, what we've done in this motion is identified that Councillor Hutchinson is going to the meeting. He's not being appointed to the committee. So unless there's an identification that we have council members on this one, but he's just going to go to the meeting, Councillor Hergert, and the other part, our clerk will ensure that through the appropriate appointment process, but connect with the organizers of Music in the Park Committee, so that will be addressed, and that the appropriate bylaw will be coming forward.
So could I ask a further clarifying question?
Yes.
We have this Music in the Park group and we have the band group. And I'm just curious how these don't actually fall under recreation and not necessarily committees of council, but that they're just community organizations that support recreation in our community. Mm-hmm. So I think I'm asking for a report to come back about our committees of council and how they fit into our current staffing areas, as well as what support we provide to each of these committees, or if there's none. Because I think really we're going to need to do a lot of education on our committees of council.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Hergert, thank you for the question. You've actually hit the nail on the head. You will recall, I'm sure, that for a lot of our committees, this was the first year that we did some adjustments and developed terms of reference. The intention was always that we would be bringing back a year in review sort of report to see how things are working, what the committees would recommend as enhancements to the structure. So looking at all of the committees is something that I have on my work plan. And to be quite honest, I was waiting for the new clerk who would bring a different lens to that project in conjunction with some of the other reviews that we're going to be doing. So that's on the books. And I appreciate the opportunity to confirm that.
Perfect. Anything further, Councillor Hergert?
Not at this time. Thank you very much, CAO.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hergert. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you. I was going to make a similar comment to what the CAO made, is that I did notice in the report that there is an activity to look at committees. So I was going to recommend we go forward with what we've planned, i.e. what's in the motion, and we worry about how the process works out, which ones are going to be committee of council, et cetera, as part of that project.
Very good. Thank you. Anything further?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, please.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a friendly amendment. Could the motion read that council in principle approves Music in the Park? I guess I'm looking at if council is thinks this is a great thing to have happen this summer. There's just a few little details to work out. If council could indicate that we approve it in principle here, then my expectation would be that perhaps the Emergency Management Committee make that final decision once you hear back from Public Health.
Well, that's a lovely idea, just to include in principle. I think that's wonderful. Would the mover and seconder, which is the deputy mayor. You're the mover. Are you okay with that?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Yeah, I'll support that.
Councillor Hutchinson, I see you have as the seconder, you have a check mark, but verbally, are you okay with that?
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson, yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so that's good. I'm going to have the clerk read back the motion, but I first have, so be prepared, Clerk Scharback, but I have Councillor Shea. You have the mic now.
Thank you. It's Councillor Shea. I support the motion entirely, exactly as it is now. I don't want it to be changed at all. But I wouldn't mind if I could also perhaps attend that meeting, and I would like to also invite Barbara Dick as the president of the Arts Fest. I'm also involved with Arts Fest. If we could maybe just attend for information sharing purposes.
Yes. Yes. So that is just fine.
That doesn't need to be in the motion.
No, I think we're fine. Unless, well, Clerk Scharback, then?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Is Councillor Shea, will you be representing council?
No, I would suggest that I won't be representing council. I'll just be there as an information conduit.
So what say you, clerk? Is that it? Do we add him in, or do we just leave it the way he's suggesting that he can attend? What's your gut feeling on this procedurally? Please, I need to move on.
I think if he's there as Councillor Shea, then it's easy to include him in the motion. If he's there as a member of the public, then it's not necessary. So,
I would go as a member of the public. I'm not appointed to Arts Fest. I do just help out as a volunteer. So I would go as a member of the public.
Then leave the motion as it is.
Okay.
I guess is what his wish is.
Yep, you're saying leave it at, I'm fine with you attending. I think that's fabulous that you're being there. And thank you for the clarity that you're going to be an information conduit. That's a very good role to have. So just for his group, okay. Which is Art Fest. Is that okay, Clerk Scharback?
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Could you please read the motion? The mover and seconder stated, and then the motion, Clerk Scharback, please.
Through you, Your Worship. This motion is moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, and provides that Councillor Hutchinson be appointed to attend the meeting with appropriate staff and members of Music in the Park Committee to determine a hydrolocation for community groups in the park, and that the organizers of the Music in the Park Committee submit a request for approval for their event to public health, and that council approve in principle this event pending the approval of public health. And the third item is that the clerk prepare and bring forward an appointment bylaw to an upcoming council meeting to reflect the change in committee membership.
Thank you. Any other questions before I call the vote, members of council? On the motion then, all those in favor signify with a check mark. Those not in favor signify with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of the motion. Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Motion carried. We are now and we will ensure that the communication is out to the organizers of this event so that that there's a seamless communication to public health and the other information that we are requiring as a council. Please clear your dashboard. So now we're still on 8.3 miscellaneous correspondence that has been pulled. This one is 8.3.13, request to waive reapplication fees for second bylaw amendment. Okay. Councillor Hamilton, you did pull this. Is there a statement or a comment you'd wish to make?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'm not familiar with this planning application as it was before my time on council. So I guess I was looking for a report from staff and that we would discuss this issue at a planning meeting.
Yes, I completely agree with you. I think that is the most appropriate method by which we can address this.
So I would move that, Mayor Robinson, and thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Would there be a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much for doing that. Questions on the motion? I see Councillor Townsend has his hand up.
Yes, Councillor Townsend, thank you. The question I have is that if we were to do something like this, it's an exception basis, but the resident has noted that what they were asking for is sort of now granted under the new legislation from the province about more homes, to create more homes, and that's really what they want. It's not really a seasonal place. It's a secondary dwelling. And so I was wondering if staff could comment on the fact that it's gone to the planning tribunal and et cetera. And if that's through a report, that's fine.
Yes.
But we need to make sure that if we're going to go this route, we need to understand that we can do it for anybody in a similar situation, not just one person coming to the council and requesting it, right? Because we can't be preferential to one over the other.
Yes, it will be included in the report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Hergert, I see your check mark. Is that just from participating in the motion? Okay, good. All right, any other questions? All those in favor, please signify with a check mark. Those not in favor, please signify with the next mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of the motion. Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hutchinson's in favor, but I'm just curious, can we reread what the motion is?
We certainly can. Clerk Scharbeck, please.
To you, Your Worship. The motion reads that a report be brought back to the next Committee of the Whole meeting regarding this request and outlining the planning application.
And also the, it's understood that the questions brought forward by Councillor Townsend would be included in the report.
So just bringing back a fulsome planning report on this item.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Hutchinson?
So was that to committee whole or was that to planning? So I thought we should go to planning, shouldn't it?
It would go, well, I'm looking at staff for this. Is this a committee of the whole planning for it, or would it come through? What I need to know is if we're having the meeting scheduled. Please, Clerk Scharbeck, if you could respond to that.
Through you, Your Worship, this matter could come to a Committee of the Whole planning meeting, or it could come to a Committee of the Whole meeting. Either way, Committee of the Whole would be the body receiving the report and making a recommendation to Council. Our next Committee of the Whole meeting is July 28th. However, our next Committee of the Whole planning meeting, I'm not sure, is that?
I think it's July 14th, is that not?
July 14th, there's nothing on that Committee of the Whole agenda at this point in time.
For the planning.
For the planning.
So is there any issue with putting it over to Committee of the Whole then? Is what we need to, bring this item forward.
It's Council's wish when they would like to come back. It's still Committee of the Whole is the body receiving it at either one of those meetings.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Hutchinson, do you have anything further? Yep.
Right. So I don't have any problem with it going to Committee of the Whole if we aren't going to have a Committee of the Whole planning. But I just know that we've passed other similar situations through Committee of the Whole planning. So I just thought that seems to be the appropriate place for it. But it's fine. There's no sense of having a meeting if that's the only part of it, and we might as well put it off to Committee of the Whole later in a month.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it needs to go to, it definitely suits Committee of the Whole planning, but if this is the only item, unless we are in the meantime having some other planning reports, then I would say that it should go on the next suitable agenda. But Madam CAO, you have a comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor. My only caution is, sorry, I was going to say September. July 14th is only a week away, and I don't know if I can commit to a report with such a short turnaround. So if we could take it to the 28th of July, we won't lose that cycle and have to wait until the August Planning Committee meeting.
And you're not aware of any other planning items at this point, so they're
That's
right.
correct.
So I'm going to suggest that it go to the Committee of the Whole. It would, you know, the same thing if we had the one item and we were having a pending Committee of the Whole planning, but there wasn't enough items to hold that meeting, then we'd look at the most appropriate way to address the matters before us. So we would go down this path anyway, I believe. So I think this is the most prudent. We need to deal with items, have them addressed, and in however council determines the matter to be addressed, and then move on from it. So Committee of the Whole it is at this point. And Councillor Hutchinson, that was a very good question for clarity. So we're still in the motion. We've had it read. You've had a question. I have already said that I am in favor of the motion. We're now with you. Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you are voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Herger, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Herger, yes.
Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
That motion does carry. We're moving on to the item, which is 8.3.14, request to raise a straight pride flag. Councillor Hamilton, you also pulled this item, and also Councillor Herger did. So we'll start with you, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So we received a request from Mr. Art Rivas to fly a straight flag, which he would provide at the municipal office. So just reflecting back on our pride flag that we have flown for 2 years now, and just feeling very thankful for the conversations I've had with residents who identify as LGBTQ2 and have much gratitude for these brave conversations and how I continue to learn and grow through those conversations. Again, this year we were asked by our local Grey Bruce Pride organization to fly a pride flag in celebration of Pride Month, a month which is celebrated across Canada with flag raisings, parades, and community activities. I believe the pride flag is a sign that LGBTQ2 are welcome in West Grey and is a beacon of hope and solidarity, because we understand that stigmatization and prejudice persist. So I do not support Mr. Rivas' request to fly a straight flag at the municipal office. Straight people feel a sense of belonging and acceptance in every aspect of life, with their families and friends, at school, team sports, and at work. Straight people have not been kicked out of their family for being straight. Straight people see themselves in art and music and textbooks and stories. Straight people have not been historically persecuted, bullied, assaulted, arrested for being straight. Straight people don't need to advocate for straight rights because being straight is the accepted norm. The pride flag recognizes the historical injustices of the past and the ongoing work we need to do today for every community member to feel safe to be themselves everywhere they go.
So thank you for this opportunity to have this important conversation in this public space. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hergert?
Yes, thank you. I'm on the other end of the spectrum, as you may imagine, that we do have respect for everyone within our community. And this year, again, we are supporting outlying people that don't feel supported within the community, and to really bring everybody in and include. And I think by offering the opportunity for members of the public to raise flags, regardless of the ability for people to see themselves in it or not, it brings awareness to different organizations, different churches, different support groups, different social support networks within our community as well. And I think that it is important that we share both sides of the story all the time. And typically there's not just two sides of a story, there'll be three sides of a story. So I think that by flying this deemed straight flag, I think it actually shows that there can be families of many different bringings together. I mean, really, it could be a mom and a dad, it could be two dads, it could be two moms, like it doesn't even matter anymore. We really want people to come together and just feel included in our community. So I almost feel, what would the message be to Mr. Rivest if we said, no, thank you? Does that mean his family's not welcome here, that we're not proud that his family has generations of family living in West Grey? I think I am very proud of that, and I would be supportive of raising this straight pride flag. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, you have a check mark. Does that indicate you have a motion?
Councillor Hutchinson here. No, I'll leave the motion up to the people that had it pulled and see what they want to do with it.
Okay, as a check mark, I see Councillor Hergert. Are you moving a motion?
Yes, I would be. I would be moving the motion that we fly this flag for the same duration as we have flown the other flag, and any future flag should be flown for the same duration. I'm sure that might come out in a policy coming soon, but at this time, I would be moving the motion to fly this straight pride flag.
All right, Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconded. I'd also like to speak on the topic, please.
Go ahead.
We're going to talk about this again with the notice of motion, but one of the challenges that council or such an organization has is that when it focuses on one group, it tends, whether we realize it or not, to leave the impression with some, not all, that maybe we're discriminating. And I think this is one case. If we have a situation where we're only willing to identify those that are not considered by some as being the norm, then there is the problem. It should be the norm. It should be seen as the norm by this organization. And so I would argue pride is norm, and so is this one. So I'm sitting along with Councillor Hergert that if we start sending messages that these ones are okay and these ones aren't, then we're actually part of the problem, not part of the solution. And I'd like to think of council as not only part of the solution, but as a leader in bringing the solution of whether it be racism, discrimination, or discomfort, or whatever people want to describe their position as, but everyone feels comfortable and welcome within our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to have the clerk reread the motion, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Shea, who has his hand up. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the motion, starting with identifying the mover and seconder, please?
Through you, Your Worship. Moved by Councillor Hergert, seconded by Councillor Townsend, that Council hereby approve and direct that the straight pride flag be flown for the same duration as the other pride flag.
Okay. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. I was very impressed with Councillor Hamilton's presentation on this subject. I'm not really that familiar with the straight pride movement. I don't know if we have straight pride groups within our community. I don't, like within West Grey, I don't know if there's a provincial-wide straight pride group or a county-wide straight pride group. I don't know the history of the straight pride movement. How long have people been advocating for the recognition of straightness as something to be celebrated? But my feeling is, I could be wrong, but my feeling is that if there is any such thing as the straight pride movement, it was generated as a direct opposition to the gay pride movement. And for that reason, I think this initiative is not to promote straight pride, but it's to dilute the message of gay pride. So I can't see any merit in supporting a movement like this one, and so that's why I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on the motion before I call the vote on the motion? All right, so again, I just want clarity. The motion is to fly the straight pride flag. All those in favor of the motion signify with a check mark. Those not in favor, please signify with an X mark. Okay. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am voting in opposition to the motion. Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hutchinson, not in favor at this time.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hamilton. Mayor Robinson, I did have my hand up earlier just for a recorded vote. I'm sorry you didn't see my hand before you called the vote.
We will have a recorded vote. Thank you for that. And the clerk then will manage the vote. It's very different for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the vote, and we will make that happen.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Yeah, it's not too late for that recorded vote. So one moment, please, members of council.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. With the recorded vote, I'll go through my list of council members as I have it before me. Mayor Christine Robinson, how do you vote?
I am not in favor of this motion.
Deputy Mayor Tom Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, not in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
Councillor Hamilton, no.
Councillor Hergert, how do you vote?
Proudly, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Councillor Hutchinson, not in favor.
Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
Councillor Shea, no.
And Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
And that motion is defeated, Your Worship.
All right, thank you. That motion is defeated. We have addressed all the correspondence. The clerk has confirmed that. So we are now on item 9, which is the communication from mayor and members of council. I will begin. Then I will look to our deputy, and then I will go through Councillor Shea, Councillor Hergert, Councillor Townsend, Councillor Hutchinson, and then Councillor Hamilton. I'll go in that order. I just wanted to let you know ahead of time. So a very active few weeks. I do want to say that I very much enjoyed the last 2 weeks, and I have some news with regard to an update on the Rockwood Terrace redevelopment. So Grey County is completing its acquisition of the 32-acre parcel immediately south of the current Rockwood Terrace long-term care facility. County staff expect to have title in August. The next steps in the site development are Grey County will arrange the completion of a D6 study to examine any compatibility issues between proposed uses of property and the adjacent DSPI industrial aggregate uses. And we all know, but I'm going to say it, a D6 study is an industrial study to determine contaminants. Grey County will arrange completion of overall functional servicing and a stormwater management plan for water, wastewater, stormwater, road network, berms for the property. An overall concept plan for the property will be developed with input from West Grey and best practice experience from other jurisdictions. The plan will include industrial uses like the new Rockwood Terrace and a new paramedic base, also a mixed housing and service, mix of housing and service commercial. Trails and connections to the Durham community will be highlighted. This will be presented to West Grey Council in August or September for their consideration, for our consideration. And I wanted to give a heads up to members of council for that and also to our community. Approving the concept plan in principle will allow the holding designation that is on the property to be removed so development can proceed in the future. So an FYI, a holding provision is a method under the Planning Act used to ensure that specific requirements of a proposed development are met prior to the removal of that holding provision, i.e. the D6 study in this case. What else did I want to mention? With West Grey support of the overall concept, county staff will then develop an approach and project plan for county council's consideration. So it was timely for that update. I also want to mention that Grey County Business Enterprise Center is offering a new program which opened July 1st. It's the Starter Company Plus Recovery Program that focuses on aiding existing Grey County small businesses as they pivot to reopen and maintain operations throughout COVID-19. So if you go to the Grey County website on the Grey County Business Enterprise Center, there's lots of information. I know I'm focusing a lot on Grey County, but I do like to provide updates when there is information, and there's lots. Grey County's outdoor activity map is available. It's a guide to safely enjoy Grey County's outdoors, and we have wonderful Grey County tourism to take advantage. Certainly practice all the COVID-19 best practices. I also want to mention that Grey County Council approved my notice of motion. We now have an Agriculture Advisory Committee. Their terms of reference are being worked on right now and will be presented at an upcoming committee of the whole meeting at the county. But I'm most pleased because it is connecting the rural voice from not only agricultural sectors, but also the farm commodity organizations. I also want to mention that I was invited and brought greetings to the Hanover and District Hospital AGM, and I was also present along with Councillor Townsend that we both attended the Southeast Grey Community Health Center AGM as well. So that's the Grey Highlands, Markdale area, and that was their 9th annual general meeting for members. That's all the information I have now. I know there's a lot more going on, but those were the highlights that I wanted to mention. Also to reinforce that a motion that I put forward at Grey County dealing with broadband, as I mentioned last, I think it was committee of the whole meeting, but I wish to bring it forward just by way of information again. The motion I put forward on broadband was also unanimously approved by my Grey County Council colleagues. Thank you very much for your time. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. It's Deputy Mayor Hutchinson here. Just a couple of things. I'm happy to report that the Economic Development Committee is ready to take the CIP out. First, I think our plan is to speak with the chamber members and the BIA. to get some input from them, and then we'll go out for public consultation. And obviously the end result is to get it into council for approval. So we are actually making some movement on that. Another good thing that we've kind of been put on our platter is to look at a COVID-19 recovery plan. So not quite sure what that's going to look like, but we're certainly going to be putting something together and reaching out to, again, all the business owners and anybody else in the community to be interested in that. And that's it from here, Mayor Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Shea, please. One moment.
There we go. Thank you, Your Worship. So I just wanted to report that I did meet with Director Shawinski and Councillor Herger and a number of citizens at the Lance Bridge a week and a half ago or so. The citizens had expressed concerns with the bridge redevelopment project and reached out to the director, and the director organized this meeting. It was a very informative. There were lots of questions of a general and specific nature, and the director was very forthcoming and reassuring, and the citizens left that meeting expressing their gratitude for the opportunity to speak directly to the people who are in charge of the project, that is the director. So I just wanted to applaud him for handling that inquiry so ably. I also wanted to mention something from my position as the Vice Chair of the Police Service Board. As a number of people know, there has been an incident involving the police that has required the intervention of the SIU, the Special Investigation Unit. And I've had people asking me or telling me what they interpreted that process to be. It's, to the effect of it's the police investigating themselves. I just wanted to point out that the SIU is a civilian law enforcement agency that investigates incidents involving police officers if there's been a death, serious injury, or allegations of sexual assault. I'm just reading that off of their website. The SIU does thorough and complete investigations, and once the investigation is complete, they either recommend the leveling of charges or not, and they also publish the results of their investigations on their website. So that's very, very transparent. There are 4 levels of civilian oversight of the police in Ontario, the SIU being one. And the Ontario Police are one of the most heavily scrutinized public police forces in North America. So I wanted to just make sure that people were assured that this concern or issue is being handled very carefully, and I'm encouraging people not to jump to conclusions before the process has played itself out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Herger, please.
Thank you. I know that typically, like Councillor Shea's comments there would just be recorded, something to the effect of council gave updates. But I'm curious if in our minutes we could outline or give a little, print space to what Councillor Shea has just mentioned. This is out in the public a lot, and I think that the process just clearly stated would possibly help our community just with gather good information. So moving along further, the last week, 2 weeks, we've had some graduations from high schools, kindergartens, all the way up. But I have to really note that I'm quite proud of all the young people within our community. They're taking on positions at grocery stores, in farms as laborers, and really stepping up to the call for help and young people's help. So just a shout out to all the youngsters that are filling big shoes right now. On July 1st, there was a flyover put together by the COPA 54 flight members out of the Saugeen Municipal Airport. And I just want to make sure that we properly thank them. I did attend the EA study with Councillor Shea up at the Lance Bridge, and thank you very much to our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. He did answer lots of questions very capably. As well, I just want to draw the public's attention to the EA process that is in the newspaper in the Hanover Post this week, and just advise everybody to articulate your comments and send them through. They will be reviewed before the final process there. Just curious if our Director of Infrastructure Public Works could highlight any discussion about the household hazardous waste, if we will continue with Owen Sound, if that's been canceled, what we will do with household hazardous waste this year, if there's any dates, or local, maybe Southgate. Just looking for an update on that one. And as well, I believe we have a new staff member, maybe a tax collector. Anyway, just looking for a name there, and a congratulations and welcome to our to a new member of staff. So July 1st, everyone raised their Canadian flags with a lot of pride. And in doing that, really, it's not because we're Canadian and we're perfect. It's because we're Canadian and we recognize that we're not perfect. And all of those individual efforts to try harder and to fix the atrocities of the past, not that we're forgetting history, but that we're going to make a definite committed change to moving in a different direction forward. I think that shows the change in our collective direction. So for that, I'm very proud to be an immigrant to Canada.
Is that it, Councillor Hergert?
Yes. And very proud to raise the Canadian flag on July 1st. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, with regard to your comment about adding something to the minutes with regard to the SIU comment, I'm going to leave that with our clerk to make a determination procedurally whether that is appropriate. So I'll just leave that with the clerk. And the item with your inquiry with regard to hazardous waste and hazardous waste day, I have indication from Madam CAO that a report is pending from Director Shrinsky on that. So thank you very much. Councillor Townsend, please. We are, just so that everybody is still aware of where we are in the agenda, this is item 9, communications from Mayor and Council. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you. First comment is we had a follow-up library meeting, board meeting, and we're still monitoring what's happening with the curbside service that's been introduced and looking to move into the next phase, you know, as and when permitted. And I'll leave that for my colleagues on the board to talk further on. Also attended the Spruce Ridge grad celebration, the conservation area. It was very, very well attended and well organized with the volunteers from the Lions. So a shout out to them for their help as well. The kids really dressed up. They looked professional and certainly didn't look like what you normally see them on the street. So it was really, really a great event. As the Deputy Mayor mentioned, our economic development meetings have started back up again, and we're looking forward to the next one that we moved up a little early, just to make sure that we keep things moving along. I also attended the Southeast Grey Community Health Center annual general meeting, but I've also attended some of their other meetings, and I'm really impressed by what they're delivering to the area. And part of it is affects West Grey because they have well over 1,000 of our residents that they service from a medical center, clinic, doctor perspective. So we should know that. Also, they're expanding into Southgate with a new center in Dundalk, and they are really putting a presence here. And they are working with the LIN and the Minister of Health to make sure that they are definitely a part of the go forward structure, new structure that's going to be in place and being developed with the health team oversight. So congratulations to them for a very successful year. Also still attending the Bruce Power presentations, teleconferences, and they've moved into the recovery phase of that. And I think the biggest part to report on that is that they are looking to, where possible, supporting the companies that have transitioned into other production modes to keep them going, if you will, as well as perhaps their regular work. To help Canada become a little more self-sufficient, bring a bit more manufacturing and production into the province and into our area. So I applaud them for that. We also participated, my wife and I and a lot of friends, with a drive-by for Julie D's 90th birthday celebration on the weekend. And a shout out and thank you to West Grey Police who came to make sure that everyone in the area was safe as the multitude of cars drove by. And I think it's a great service they do and I can assure you she was really impressed by the presence of both them and her friends and family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Councillor Hutchinson here. Yeah, just a couple items to mention. Glad to see that our parks are being well used these days, especially with the warm weather and people moving around. The facilities, some of our facilities are being used, the ones that are open. I'm just a little bit curious when that we might be able to get our upper and lower dam functioning, and I'm not sure how much we have a play in that compared to the Conservation Authority. I know that's sort of under their jurisdiction too. But it would be nice to get those dams open. I understand that it may have something to do with our COVID situation, but we do have a lot of people coming to the area and would love to use those facilities. And I'm pleased to see that there's lots of development still going on in the area. There is lots of building, even though it's in challenging times. There seems to be lots of development going on, which is good. It's good for West Grey. And finally, I'd just like to congratulate and thank the office staff and all staff for helping moving us forward. Even though we're working from home or limited in what we can do, the staff is moving things forward, which is good. It's good to see, and look forward to the time when we can actually sit face to face and talk more about things. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll give that information with regard to the Conservation Authority. I know Supervisor Hewlett has been in direct contact with Conservation Authority. I'm wondering, could you provide a bit of an update? I think this would be the most appropriate time, Supervisor Hewlett.
Yes, if I may. I did have a conversation a number of weeks back with the Conservation Authority, and they had informed me that they would be raising the middle reservoir as they have. As you can see that there's lots of swimming and activities going on down there right now by members of the public. However, they said that they were doing maintenance on the upper and lower reservoirs, and those would be a few weeks behind in, I guess, the raising strategy, so that I would anticipate that they should be raised fairly shortly in the next coming weeks.
Great, thank you very much for that information. Councillor Hutchinson, you still have the mic.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And to pick up where Councillor Hutchinson left off, yeah, big thanks to staff for helping us move forward with the new technology too. I know there's a flurry of new questions as council gets to know how it all works. So just really appreciate the quick responses back and helping us get all sorted out. So thank you for that. And just let council know that the Elmwood Chamber of Commerce is working closely with the Elmwood Community Center Board to facilitate a wing night that would be like curbside pickup style using the pavilion space at Elmwood Community Center. And so we're working closely with Brockton's Emergency Control Group and Public Health, and I'll be sure to share with council and the community when a date has been picked for pickup wings. Thanks, Mayor Robinson. Oh, and just to let council know, I also have a new notice of motion that I'll be bringing forward later in the meeting. Thanks, Mayor Robinson.
You're quite welcome. So that does complete item 9, communications from mayor and members of council. I did have an indication from a member of council for a break, but seeing that it's at 11:45 right now, I'm going to suggest that we recess for lunch and return back at 12:15. Do I have a consensus from members of council to do that? If you're in agreement, check marks would be appreciated. If you're not in agreement, well, put an X mark in. All right, all members of council have identified that we will recess. We stand recessed until 12:15, and members of council, I would very much, and staff, like to get going at 12:15. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm Mayor Christine Robinson, and I'd like to welcome everybody back to our council meeting. So all those listening in, to staff, and certainly our members of council. I'm going to take that your check marks are that you're in attendance, but if you're here, please put your check mark up so I know that everybody is available so that I could start the meeting. I'm looking for Councillor Shea and Councillor Hamilton yet. I've got Councillor Shea, hello. Councillor Hamilton, hello. We've got all members of council. Please clear your dashboard. Thank you all for paying attention to the time. Very much appreciated. We are now on item 10, delegations/presentations, of which there are none on this agenda. Item 11, business arising from the previous meeting. Clerk Scharbeck, any business arising from the previous meeting?
Through you, Your Worship, none that I've received. Thank you.
Thank you. Council? Thank you very much. We're moving now on to item 12, and that is staff reports. The first one is 12.1, 2019 budget variance report. How we've been handling this. The clerk reads the motion, I get a mover and seconder, and then we entertain any questions or comments. So we'll begin this way. Clerk Scharbeck, please.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that Council receives the 2019 budget variance report for information.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this?
Councillor Hamilton, yes, I move the motion.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Is it okay to go ahead with them?
Councillor Townsend, you're live. Are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, but I do have a comment or two.
Okay, one moment, please. You will be the first one. Madam CAO has a comment, and I don't know whether we will go to, okay, I'll go to Madam CAO, Director Mighton, because it is her report, and then over to you, Councillor Townsend. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to introduce this report just a little bit before our director takes over. There was a few comments from council about some of the attachments that the supporting documents that were not attached to this agenda. And as it says in the report, we are having some challenges meeting accessibility requirements. With the new website, we are in a transition stage, very much in transition, and we are looking at how we do that, how we accommodate traditional documents that we would just normally attach to the PDF under the new regulations. I would like to point out to council that providing them in alternative formats and making it very clear on the report, that does fall under the AODA recommended practice, and it is a municipal best practice. But I know from the comments that came through the weekend that council is hoping that we will investigate and come up with other solutions so that the inquiries could be minimized because people could just have access to that information. That's always been on our radar, but as I say, we are in a transition, and some members of the public have reached out to us and they have received supporting documents once the agenda was out, and as has members of council. So with that, I would turn it over back to the chair, and Madam Mayor, you can take the questions and the rest of the process.
Yeah, I'm just going to make a comment that I want to go over to Director Mighton and then over to Councillor Townsend. But even we did have a comment from a member of the public, Marion Radcliffe, that identified that she was looking for the attachments for the invoices. We do know that citizens look at our agendas. There's an interest in it, whether it's on a continuous basis or on an ad hoc, however they prefer. But we want to make sure that our information is available, accessible, transparent. That is one of the core operating principles of this council from day one that we've been here. And so it's something that we need to address. I understand we are in a transition period with eScribe and that it's a learning opportunity, and that we'll have that training session with council for learning the website and learning a little more about eScribe. So we look forward to that email coming from you. But this is information that we need for our public, but also for us in decision making. So thank you. Needed to say that. Director Mighton, please. This is your item.
Thank you, Your Worship. So as indicated in the report, the 2019 budget variance has been provided for information. The numbers are still unaudited with COVID happening before we had a chance to get the audit completed. So they are still subject to change, but that's sort of our estimated year-end point. And I've tried to provide a few highlights of some of the main impacts that make up some of that information. The detailed amount report that was circulated wasn't received until last evening after the request came through. So I don't know if council's had a chance to go through it, but if there's any questions, we can always, discuss further at a later meeting if there's wasn't sufficient time to digest any of the information. But again, it is just an information report at this point.
Thank you, Director Mighton. I just want to identify that you had mentioned that this is an unaudited document at this time. Once audited, how will this, and I want this, I'm asking the question because I want everyone to understand the process. Once audited, how will it be brought back to council for our information and then back out to the citizens?
So once the audit is complete and our financial statements for 2019 are issued, the auditors will attend and delegate to council and provide them with the summary and they'll highlight any of the more pertinent information that will be contained in the final financial statements. So that will come and that'll be presented by the auditors. They are our financial statements, but they do audit the work and will present the findings of their audit once they have been able to complete that.
And the time frame for this?
They are hoping that they will be maybe back open or available to go out to different locations. Right now our office is closed, so we're not able to have them in the office, but they're also not under their own directives internally. They have not been going out to client sites either. They're hoping sometime maybe middle to end of July that they will be able to commence work. So if we were also to be open to receiving the public, then we would be able to have them on site as well, and they would schedule ours. I've been speaking with them, and we'll hopefully be one of the first ones that they have on the docket once different permissions allow.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Townsend, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm also going to address the distribution of documents and et cetera first, and then I do have a couple of questions on the document itself. It seems to me that we've made changes that have put ourselves in this position rather than we're in this position and how do we get out of it. What I mean by that is we've introduced eScribe, which sounds like it has some restrictions or some issues that need to be resolved to help West Grey actually deliver accessible documents that will make us compliant with the AODA. And we also have the backlog that needs to somehow be brought forward to be available. That in itself isn't the only issue, though. The other issue is that the AODA requires that if you go to a significantly revised, refurbished website, or even a new one, then you have to be AODA compliant immediately. The problem with that is that we can't get there that quickly. So the argument or the commitment we got at last meeting's committee of the whole was that we'll be there by January 1st, 2021. That's the new target. My concern with that is we saw yesterday, or earlier, at least this week, where we've got a situation where we're having to have counselors identify what's missing that they need to make the decisions. And they're identified, but you still have to go looking for them. We get them handed to us, but the public has to go figure out that they need to request them. And I don't think that's the transparency that, one, we want, or two, that we're obligated to provide. I believe if it's sent to us and it's going to be a document discussed in the public session of our meeting, that it should also be supplied to the public. So we need to hold ourselves back up to that standard and not rely on the fact that someone from the public who maybe hasn't contacted us before will figure out how to ask for it. And I'm not sure what that solution is, but I certainly challenge staff to come up with an answer that gets us there before we get our next agenda. And to be frank, I'm not sure that the answer isn't going back to the old website. And what I mean by that, I think that is the one that really ties us down according to the requirements of the AODA. While that might seem extreme, it's exactly the point that I made last week at the Committee of the Whole. For fear what has happened will happen, and it did. So we don't need to have that for the next 6 months. So I'm looking for staff to come up with a solution that means I don't have to worry about which documents I need. If I need them, I go get them. I don't want to have a clock that says I have to do it by 8:30 to 4:30 because that's when staff's available. And the reason I say that is I don't want to bother staff after hours. They have enough to do. We know what their workload's like. And I don't think it would be fair to put that extra workload on them, even if they're willing to do it. Sometimes people will volunteer to do things that you know darn well they shouldn't, that there has to be a better solution. So I'm seriously looking for a solution where we can get back to having the same access, and more importantly, so can the public. So my first question to staff would be, by not providing these as part of the agenda to both us and the public at the same time, are we in fact compliant with our obligation, either through the Municipal Act or other legislation or regulation? And I'm asking that question because I believe, per our previous clerk, that was exactly what we had to do. So I'm asking that one first. And if there's any explanation, I prefer a yes or a no. And then if there's any explanation to follow, I'm quite okay with that. So I'd like to start there.
Okay, well, and we absolutely will start there. And I thank you for your comments. I want to say that when we talked last week, we were looking for solutions to this, and one of this, there were a couple that I'm going to address. One was that our CAO was going to take this back, come up with solutions, and bring it back to council. So that is pending, and I think in short order. But the other solution that this council came up with is that we submitted a delegation request for AMO, and we are looking for funding that will assist with being able to put all of our archive information on our website. And I think that is a proactive movement. It's not the only solution, but it's one that we're being actively involved in. And please stay tuned as soon as we hear the results of being accepted for delegations, that will be circulated to obviously the public, but also to members of council. Madam CAO, Councillor Townsend was looking for a yes or no, and also subsequent in terms of a report. So I wonder if you could take it from here, please, and then he has some additional information or comments.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, for putting it over to me, and thank you, Councillor Townsend, for the question. To answer your question, in short, yes, we are still compliant. I will ask the Mayor to invite Jonathan Zettel to speak, because he's worked closely with these solutions, who, as we know, has done a number of municipal websites, and we're not the only ones dealing or trying to address how do we make historical, how do we convert history to the current legislation is really the dilemma that we're looking at, and what we're solution driven to get to. By inviting the public to contact us for alternate formats, that doesn't necessarily just mean someone wants a PDF. Some folks prefer to drive down here and pick up a hard copy, no problem. Some folks may need Braille, and we would need time to have that created. So there's a number of opportunities for our clerk to provide that level of customer service, and she has experience doing that very thing in other municipalities. But Madam Mayor, if you don't mind asking Jonathan if he could share what he's learned with our provider and the pieces of their expertise, I think that might be helpful.
Yes, I believe it will be helpful.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Coordinator Zettel, are you available to provide a response?
Yes, and thank you through you, Mayor, to Councillor Townsend. So we're really not alone in this this process at all. A lot of municipalities are asking similar questions to what we are asking. If you go and look, we are unfortunately, we are a little bit behind the game, so to speak. There are municipalities that have started looking at this like 10 years ago. So their documents are, for the past 10 years, are accessible, whereas ours are, this is just something that's really come to the forefront lately. So we are working on a solution. There are a bunch of companies out there that are prepared to, or that can create accessible documents. Currently, our website isn't compliant with the January 1st deadline. We are completely accessible. The bylaws that we do have online are the ones that we felt were most popular, and they are we have made them accessible for screen readers. And I think that we are we're I guess just a thank you to Councillor for bringing this up and holding us to a high standard. I think that with this website, it's very clear that the staff and council and the community at large is taking accessibility seriously, and that it's not just a box that we check in the Human Resources Department. So we are aware of your concerns and we are working towards a solution.
Okay, Councillor Townsend, you have the mic.
Sure. So the first comment is that you are saying we are compliant because we offer the ability for people to get those documents. Do we note every document that could be requested is available if you need it? Or do we rely on the same way in the agenda where you have to see that it says it's not compliant, so it hasn't been included?
Madam CEO, can you sort through that?
Sorry. Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Townsend, can I just explore your question so I understand a little bit more of what you're asking? Sure. So my understanding, I'm thinking that you're asking, it's very clear on a staff report when we have it under the attachment saying there's further detail. If you're interested in making your way through that information, please contact the clerk's office. So that, yes, that gives people the information. Is your question then on the agenda in general? Do we give the opportunity for people to ask for the agenda package as it's printed on the website? Sorry, as it's posted on the website. Is there an opportunity for them to ask for the entire agenda in alternate format? Is that what you're asking?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm glad you asked for clarification.
Thank you.
Making someone read the whole agenda to figure out there are things that haven't been attached, to me, is unfair. It should be against each item on the agenda or at the beginning that the following attachments have not been provided because they can't be posted since they're not accessible, whatever. Okay. And should you wish them, please ask for them, right? And the reason I do that is the same way that I would potentially have the same opportunity. If one person in council asks, you send it to all council. That was the, approach that was being used yesterday. So that doesn't happen to the public. And so if they discover it late, they're kind of restricted on when they can get a copy, particularly if they want paper. So the problem could be that if we don't say it up front, somewhere at the beginning of the document, rather than in the detail, then we're hindering or further restricting than what we had before. So you can say we're compliant. We're certainly not being, shall we say, upfront, because you got to go find it. And that was part of my concern, that you have to find those little notes that say it's not there and you got to do it. And we're more experienced at reading it than the general public. And I'm not just concerned about those that come back every week, every meeting, whatever. I'm concerned about the ones that decide to get involved and it's their first time or second time. And the expectation's been set, everything's included, and now it's not. So it's almost like a disclaimer within the page 1 of the agenda rather than having people find them. That was my point.
Okay. Yes, and okay. If I may, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor, thank you for that. I absolutely understand what you're saying now. And I'm going to ask her if the Mayor would permit the clerk to jump in, because I think you raised a very good point, Councillor, that it would be handier for people as they're scanning the 2 pages of the agenda, rather than make it through the sometimes hundreds of pages to make that determination if there's more information that they'd like to have. So with that, I will ask to be muted and move it over to those who can speak to it more directly.
Yep. Clerk Sharback, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I do understand what you're asking for, Councillor Townsend, and we do have a very brief comment at the beginning of the printed agenda or the posted agenda, and we can certainly add to that to clarify and add to each agenda item. So beside this report, at that point, at section 12.1, also note that there are attachments to the report that cannot be posted because of accessibility requirements. However, if you'd like a copy of them in any format, it can be provided. Is that what you're asking for? Just a little bit more upfront clarification that there are other documents you may want and ask for them. Would that help?
That's perfect in the sense of a temporary solution.
Until we get through wherever we're going with the website accessibility, that would at least be a heads up to people, whether they're experienced with council agendas or whether it's their first time through. It's a good heads up that there's more information available, but you've got to ask for it, or we've got to provide it in some way to you that isn't included in the agenda. So hopefully that is clear communication while we sort out how we can deal with all these documents on the website.
And Councillor Townsend, if I might, I think this is media release worthy. I think it's another way to communicate with our citizens, and just so we let folks know, we have a new website, we're in a transition, here's how we're working something through on a temporary basis. And not to preempt, Madam CAO, I know you're working on solutions and you're going to bring back more information, but I think we need to get that message out, and I think this is a really great way to do that. It could be on a Facebook, all that other stuff. I just put it out there. Councillor Townsend, you still have the mic, please.
Thank you. I appreciate the effort, and I appreciate the agreement to try to make it more upfront. I must admit, I'm extremely disappointed that we would implement a system that actually doesn't provide afterwards what it did before. I've never been involved in a project, and I've been in hundreds, probably thousands, that have introduced new versions, new systems, new whatevers, and never was that ever allowed. Because what it does is it creates these kind of problems, which means the gap is seen where the plan is to make it seamless. And so I'm disappointed in that, and I hope it's a lesson learned, right? That this is not an easy way to go about doing things. And we really should consider, if we knew it wasn't compliant, and if I'm correct in the assessment that, and I mean for the accessibility, and if we knew that if we didn't put the new website in until January and we're working like a devil to get to January, I would have entertained, and I'm sure council would, rather than see this happen, deferring even that till January. But that choice wasn't given because council wasn't aware of the issue until it already had been installed, and we found out last week of these other comments and problems. So I'm hoping that staff will look at this as a lesson learned and try not to repeat it in the same way. And I would rather they come and ask for a deferral of a project than to ram it in and have these kind of impacts. So I'll leave it there for the overall, and then perhaps if anyone else has comments on this, then we'll come back and actually talk about the report.
Thank you for that. Clerk Sharback, please.
Thank you. Through your worship, I just want to clarify, there's a couple of different projects that have happened in a couple of different systems. The eScribes electronic agenda and electronic meeting software does not limit what we can attach based on accessibility. It helps our agendas and our minutes be immediately accessible to be posted on the website. It doesn't limit or change what we can attach to reports. The issue is that the accessibility must be met on the website part of things. So whatever is included in the council package, which happens to be created in eScribe, must be accessible to meet the legislated requirements on the website. So eScribe itself does not limit what can be attached to reports or agenda packages. It doesn't limit the documents in any way. Any variety of documents could be attached as attachments to reports or correspondence. The issue is putting this council package on the website, then the website is no longer compliant with the legislation, which it is provincial legislation that comes into effect for the website January 1st, 2021. So we don't have an option in meeting that compliance. So we're trying to get as many of these attachments and the extra documents accessible that we can, or at least provide them in the best ways we can.
Well, thank you for that, Madam CAO, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Townsend. You're welcome. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to just provide a little bit of history that our new clerk wouldn't necessarily have. What eScribe has actually done is made us more compliant, well, actually put us in compliance with the AODA, because our previous agenda packages were PDFs, often scans that were not able to be read by a website reader. So I think we're mixing up eScribe and perhaps eSolutions, two very different projects.
Right.
eScribe has moved us toward accessibility in leaps and bounds. In fact, with the very fact that you can have the agenda in a readable PDF or as an HTML that a web reader will be able to manage. So I'd like to just clarify that it's not eScribe that's causing the trouble. eScribe has actually been a very, very good tool for us. And it's not our website that's causing the trouble. It's the historic documents that need converted.
Right.
That is what our focus is. That's really where we're landing. So thank you for that latitude, Madam Mayor.
Yes, and I do know that, and unless you want to, if you want to talk about it, but I'm going to prompt you, and that is that you're preparing a report that is going to address solutions and options available so that we can have those historic documents on our website and accessible for anybody that wishes to take a look at it. Did you want to further enhance, please?
Yes, and thank you for that. I know that Mr. Zettel has been working with eSolutions on a website option. They, as Jonathan had mentioned, we're not the only municipality that's asking for some sort of solution to provide those documents that we would like to provide. Other municipalities have just made the determination that there's a hard stop date. From that date forward is what they're posting. But from our perspective, and from what I know of this council, you would like to have some of the historical documents on our website. We're happy to do that, but we have to have a tool and a solution to get there, which is what we'll bring back to council for consideration at a future meeting.
Good, thank you. Councillor Townsend, please.
Yeah, I'll try to make this my last comment, let somebody else speak, but I was trying not to get into the detail, Madam CAO, trying to respect your requests that I stay out of operational stuff. I was just noting that there was quite a few things that had changed. As for where we are, I'm not surprised that we would be asking for funding. It's a huge effort, and I appreciate conversion can be fairly high. I guess what I'm really saying is I truly believe 100% in my heart the order was wrong. I think we should have had the solution for converting the documents and then implemented the website, which means you can continue the way you were. And what happens is by January 1, you implement it all, and therefore you don't have that change in process and it's not seamless, that kind of stuff. And to me, that's the logical approach, because every time you get something that's not seamless, it involves more work, more process, conversations like this that you really don't need. And so all I'm saying is in the lessons learned is that I would recommend if we're going to implement something in the future, we make sure we understand all the impacts before we implement, and therefore we know that these are going to happen, and so does council, and so does, anyone that's impacted knows that there'll be a change in process, and that wasn't known until it happened, and that to me is the disappointing part, right? So anyway, I will leave it at that, but I wasn't trying to get into which tool and et cetera. I just know by the time you got to the website, that's when the problem rears its head. So.
Okay. Well, thank you, Councillor Townsend. Will that be it for now?
That's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Madam CEO, anything before I go on to the other members of council?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Townsend, I appreciate your input. I truly do, because it's always helpful, like every member of council. We appreciate these 7 extra sets of eyes on how we make everything we do, hit the municipality. The one piece that I would like to remind council is we were successful in receiving a provincial grant for the website, so we did have parameters on timing to meet under that funding model. So. But, in the big picture of lessons learned, absolutely duly noted. Thank you, Councillor Townsend.
We're all working together, and we're striving to make information transparent and accessible continually for our citizens and anybody else that wishes to look at our website, and also that information available to our members of council. So very, very good. Councillor Townsend, I note that you were completed your comments, so if you're okay to put your hand down, that's great. Thank you for that. Councillor Hutchinson and then Councillor Shea. Councillor Hutchinson first.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson here. Just a quick question about the variance report. On page 1, it talks about tax sales, and I think our Director of Finances has explained this before, but I just wouldn't mind her doing it again. I see there's an amount there of $590,000 in tax sales, which we budgeted $5,000, and I think it's paid to the provincial government. So can she just explain why that is and how it is that we try to budget for that?
Yes, Director Mighton, please.
Yes, thank you. So in the tax sale process, the only portion that we keep is the tax arrears and any service charges. As we've gone through the process for advertising, we use an external company to prepare the notices, so we can collect all those fees and charges along with our taxes. When the tax sale occurs, and if the bid comes in this case, a lot higher than what the tax arrears amount was owing, the balance gets paid into court. So we have to pay it into the provincial court, and then the property owner can apply to have it paid out of court for any of the surplus funds. But we do not have access any longer to any of the surplus that might have been over and above our tax arrears and fees and charges.
Yeah, okay. So I guess the reason behind that being that then so that we don't push for tax sales in order to make a profit. Is that the idea maybe?
That could be. I wasn't around when the legislation was enacted, so I can't say for sure, but it has been a typical thing. All we're interested in is we're not motivated to take properties from people. It's the last resort. We only want to get the taxes that are owed and the charges that we've had to incur to collect those taxes. So that's all we're interested in. It is more beneficial for the property owner to seek, if they make the decisions themselves, if they need to sell a property and recoup their proceeds that way. Is, sometimes it's hard choices that people have to make when they get into an arrears situation. But yeah, we're not out to make money off of a tax sale process at all, and that sort of keeps us all above board and honest on it.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I thought that amount was fairly large, 590,000. But anyways,
yeah, that one in particular was a farm property. We don't get many of those that end up in the tax sale, but that one was a farm property.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. And Director Mighton, I know you meet regularly with the other directors of finance and treasurers in Grey County, and also you belong to different associations. So if you end up finding out information about the historical context of that, please share that with council, or maybe in an upcoming report as you're moving things forward. I think that's a curious question there. So anyway, I just put it out there.
Yeah, will do.
I didn't want to lose sight of Councillor Hutchinson's inquiry there. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to just go back to the points that Councillor Townsend was raising briefly before I ask a few questions about this document in specific. I have introduced a notice of motion at the end of or I will be introducing a notice of motion at the end of this meeting to bring a motion to our next meeting to set some hard deadlines for moving forward with a plan to get all of our documents on our website accessible and available. So I just wanted to flag that. But there were a couple of things that were said in this discussion that I wanted to come back to. One was that the CAO mentioned that some municipalities sort of started grappling with this problem 10 years ago, and we're coming to the problem rather late. I don't understand that logic, given that in 2013, we implemented a 5-year plan that said that we would train all staff who are creating documents for the website to make sure that they are AODA compliant for the 2 deadlines. So one was in, I think it was 2019 or something like 2017, and then the other big one in 2021. So my first question would be, have we been training all the staff who create documents that do go on the website?
Let's have a response from Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Shea, thank you for the question. I can tell you that we have some staff experts on hand that take on that task. Not every staff has been trained in AODA accessible compliant documents. However, we've had some staff turnover as well, so some of the newer employees are going through that. I can't speak to what happened before I arrived here in 2017, but I know that since then, I've got a few staff that are doing an excellent job on that very task.
The reason I ask is that the documents we're partially discussing today, the vouchers and the supplementary report to this report, were created by the Director of Finance, and she creates a lot of documents for the website. So my question, I guess, is has she, or Carrie, have you been trained in making documents compliant, AODA compliant?
If I may, Madam Mayor, I'll jump in, and if Carrie would like to add, she could perhaps raise her hand, or we'll take it from there. But Councillor Shea, the challenge with the finance documents is they are generated out of iCity. We are using Word to create our accessible documents, so it's 2 softwares that aren't, it's not possible from the iCity. I wish I was much more of a numbers person right now, but from the ledger reports that software produces, there is no accessibility piece. So that's the rock and hard place that we're at right now, is how do we get those financial documents to be readable or whatever they need to be.
Okay, I'll just go back one more time to the document from 2013. That West Grey created the multi-year accessibility plan that said we would ensure that we were using software that generated and tested for compliance. So I'm wondering why we are using software that creates non-compliant documents when we committed 15 years ago to stop doing that.
And through you, Madam Mayor, that's a very good question. And as I say, I don't know what the answer would be, but from 2017, you know, we probably should have brought some budget requests to council to make those adjustments. You raise a very good point. Thank you, Councillor.
And I know you weren't there, and I know that I'm not going to put anyone's feet to the fire. I think we as an organization have failed miserably on this item. You mentioned that we are compliant, or Jonathan mentioned that we are compliant. I think he clarified that the website is compliant, but I don't believe we are compliant, given that that 5-year plan expired over 2 years ago, and with the AODA requires us to have a current plan. So we're non-compliant on at least one issue in the eyes of the AODA, I would suggest. I could possibly have that wrong.
So what I'd suggest, Councillor, is when our CAO is preparing the report, she take a look at that document that you're referring to. And I know it's part of your notice of motion, and that's good, but it can also be included so that we can have a comment back from our clerk in terms of software compatibility or lack thereof, solutions to be brought forward. We are in a transitional timeframe, and I think this is the moment by which we are addressing it, and we need to be in compliance. That certainly is something that is abundantly important. So you still have the mic. Yes.
I'll leave that topic aside and talk about this document that's before us.
Okay.
There's the item building other protection shows that it's 2.6% over budget. And then the note says, as per legislation, any building surplus must be transferred to the building reserve. But I think that is, there is no building surplus. So that doesn't really need to be there, if I understand correctly.
Director Mighton?
Yeah, if I may. So in that building, there's also property standards, expenses, and source water protection. Neither of those two portions constitute the building department per se, but building permit revenues and building enforcement, building permit expenses, excluding property standards. That's not part of what can be offset with your building permit revenues. So there is a surplus in the actual building department, but the property standards section or the source water protection section is not recoverable from building permit fees. So that's where there is the small variance there.
Okay. So with a little further down, Newstat Water and Sewer, there's an annual deficit.
Yes.
Does that mean there's a regular annual deficit, or is this 1 year annual deficit?
They had a deficit this year. They have not in the past for several years, but depending on the level of capital expenses or different operating costs, we do need to increase the fees slightly as well to make sure that we're covering those costs. But depending on what happens during the year, some years they operate with a deficit similar to our own. Depending on the tax base, the expenses that happen in the year, and the revenues that are recovered. Sometimes there's a surplus, sometimes there's a deficit. And this year it happened that the Newstead system had a deficit. A large part of that is that Mew Creek erosion of the outlet, the sewage, or not sewage outlet.
The infrastructure that we have to deal with.
Yeah,
the pump
exactly.
house. Yep.
Yeah.
And the creek itself.
So when there's a surplus, it's paid into a reserve. When there's a deficit, it comes out of that reserve, presumably.
Yes, correct. Yeah. Okay. And if it's currently in a deficit, then the following year, hopefully there's that surplus if we've, changed some fees or done whatever, and then the surplus would offset any carried forward surpluses or deficits. Yeah.
Okay, so I had a similar question for waste management, which was over budget, and parks and recreation, which was over budget. Those would be coming out of the reserves.
Those would be part of just your overall surplus or deficit. Water and sewer, because they are not funded from the tax base, are excluded. In your budget bylaw, you also exclude the police board and library board and cemetery boards. But other than that, all other services get all put together at the end of the year, and that's what makes up our overall municipal surplus or deficit position.
But don't parks and recreation, I thought surpluses go into a dedicated reserve.
No, if there is just the fundraising component, so the fundraising committees, the Newstead, Ayton, and Durham fundraising committees, because they have gone to the effort of fundraising, we take their revenues, their fundraising expenses, and then the surpluses that they have go into their fundraising reserve. But that's the only reserve, unless council has specifically said for a capital project that didn't get completed, and we've transferred that money to reserve at year end or something like that.
Okay, and the final one is at the bottom of this chart, planning and economic development. Commercial beautification expenses were less than budgeted.
Mm-hmm.
Marketing expenses for CIP were not completed. I'm just wondering why we didn't spend all we possibly could on commercial beautification and marketing.
So we're continuing to, we have to get our CIP, our local CIP program has to be approved yet. So that did not occur in 2019. It's still pending at this point. So we're waiting once that if that had been completed in 2019, then we would have been marketing it and advertising it out there so that the community knew that this funding program is available, but we haven't been able, that CIP plan hasn't been formally adopted yet at our local level. So once we get that done, then we can move forward with advertising those things and taking action on some of those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And through you, a question to our director. Just generally speaking, how does this variance compare to other years?
We've had, was it not last year, 2018, there was maybe about $100,000 to $150,000 deficit. The years, say 5 or 6 years before that, we had small surpluses. So it varies. But we've always, the surpluses haven't usually been very significant in any given year when you look at our total budget numbers, and neither have the deficits really. So it kind of up and down. Sometimes it's a timing of when the expenditures, when we budget for something and when the actions take place, but and sometimes it's just as things break down and emergency situations occur, that, you know, we have to action, and we just know that going through the budget year and have to deal with that at the end of the year.
Thank you for that. And so would you call this not insignificant, but like, is $100,000 plus a big deal, a little deal? Is it okay? And
yeah, no, it's like we've got right now in our revenue stabilization reserve, we've probably got about $190,000 in there. So the deficit should be sufficient, you know, be able to be funded out of that. So if not, then we need to look at budgeting for it or ensuring that we've got surpluses to offset it. But we do have our stabilization reserve balance still, so that can absorb it for this year. When you look at our $15.9 million budget, our deficit is a relatively, you know, 0.8%. So our budget estimates, you know, for the large part on the big scheme of things, we're fairly close. Some are higher, some are lower. You try to sometimes offset, you know you're going to be over in this one, so you defer expending in another line item just to try to help ensure that bottom line is not too severe.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective. I know you have a bigger perspective than I do. So
yeah, it's a lot of money, yes, but it is in relative terms for
in relative
how
terms.
much we spend across the entire municipality. But yeah, it's not unmanageable though. We've had surpluses in that same range for several years in a row, and then we've had deficits in that range in any given year sometimes as well.
Okay. And then another more general question: when you're bumping up against budget overages in the year, how does that work procedurally? Like, is there a moment where you might have to come to council, or that you should come to council, or this is the time of year that we talk about this? Like, just how are budget overages handled?
And often, mostly they would be the significant ones would be on the capital side. And those we would come to council, similar to with Bridge 17. Can we move some money around, or if the decision's made to go ahead with everything, you know, that kind of. So usually that's when a lot of the pressures come is on those capital projects. Sometimes these unforeseen items that go. If it's operationally, sometimes it may be, you know, something within the recreation budget. The ice plant's going to need more maintenance than what we anticipated. It doesn't warrant significant enough for capital expense, but it's going to be, you know, $5,000 more, $4,000 more than what we had originally budgeted for something, and just brought forward for some for information. But if it's, you know, the water softener goes or the furnace, you kind of have to keep the building going. So it's something that has to keep going. We can try to mitigate it in other ways operationally, but sometimes it just has to, sometimes you don't foresee everything.
That's right. Yeah. And then a more specific question, at the landfill, it mentions additional staffing. I think does the $71,000, does that go with the line additional staffing? And if so, if that could be explained a little further.
Yeah, so there was some additional training when they were doing some of the switch over to the landfill scales and those operations. They also added an additional person to help, as opposed to just the gatehouse person. They had someone that was helping direct traffic or whatever at the bins. So then that, at both of the landfills required that as well. So some of it was training, some of it, because we needed to make sure that everyone was trained on the scale system as we continue to roll it out. But so it's the wages and benefits, sometimes if it's, depending on the people that are involved in there, if there's any full-time staff that had to go out and support the operations at all.
Okay. It's almost equivalent to a full-time job. It just seems like a big bump in staffing. So I don't know. I'm concerned about that. Is it something that would persist into this year? I know we added 1 day a week to Bentic. I know that.
Yeah,
but
exactly. And that also puts pressure on it. Two additional staff people for another day a week, every week of the year. So, there's those, staffing changes that, all those sort of roll up onto each other and result in that. So it's, every time we increase hours or change hours without a reduction somewhere else to help offset, it adds more. And at the time when we budgeted, we weren't anticipating that change.
Okay. And so just to follow up, I know our public works director is working on a waste management report. Do we have a sense of when that might be coming to council?
I'll defer to, I don't know, Vance or Laura, I'm not sure.
Sure.
I'll go through the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Director Shrinsky, do you have a time frame? Audio issues. One moment, please.
Just given.
Director Shrinsky, are you okay just to back up from your microphone?
Oh, certainly.
Thank you.
I didn't realize it was so loud. Normally nobody can hear me.
You sound like you're in a concert, but that's a comment. We'll move on from that. Please continue with your audio and your comment.
Certainly.
It's still not, pardon me, Director, it's still not working. Solutions here. Are you speaking into a headset or into a mic? Perhaps just, it sounds like very tunneled and extremely loud.
Oh, okay. Just give me a sec.
Actually, that worked out better right there.
Okay, I won't move. How's that? Okay. If that's sufficient.
That'll work.
I don't have a specific date in mind with respect to the report. It was something that I was sort of working along earlier this spring, significantly changed. Would it be amenable to council if I had the report to you in August?
If that's something that you're able to accomplish, I would say that would be suitable. If you're able to achieve that, if you're not able to achieve it, your best possible submission deadline, okay?
Very good, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hamilton, you still have the mic.
Thank you, and thank you, Director. That sounds great. So, I guess I just left feeling concerned about the overages in transportation and waste management. I don't have any solutions, but those did stick out the most in this report. So thanks for the clarity to our directors, and thanks for the report.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend and then Councillor Hergert.
Thank you. I just had one general question regarding the document, and that is that we've talked about getting quarterly reports going forward on how we're doing against our budget, et cetera. Is there still a plan to do that? And do we know when we can expect that?
Director, yes, please go ahead, Director.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, so not necessarily quarterly. The first quarter, we didn't even have a budget. So it's hard to provide something there. But we're looking at a first half of the year, hoping to have that for the July Committee of the Whole meeting. And then the next quarter, well, because then we've sort of completed a good chunk of the construction season, if you will. And then the next quarter, then getting close to a year-end number, barring invoicing still coming in January and February for some of the December amounts. But yeah, so we're looking at about 3 times a year. So the first one's going to be a half a year budget report, and we're shooting for the July Committee of the Whole.
Okay, super. And just to follow up to that, I'm wondering, the other thing we've talked about is when we do the budgeting, trying to get to actual sooner. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering if whatever is done towards the end of the year, so if we have it, say, at the end of the third quarter and we get that in, I don't know, November or something, right? Mm-hmm. Is there an opportunity to do at least some reasonable projection so we have a good feel for where we will be at year end, so that helps us in our budget process, because that always seems to be a stumbling block for us.
Yep, sure. We can try to add a projected column to it as well. Sort of, here's what we've actually processed, here's the budget, and then a projected column to sort of estimate where we might be. Yep.
Very good. And I know that will be most helpful. Councillor Townsend, anything further?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hergert, then.
Yes, thank you. Thanks very much, Carrie, for your work on this. I guess I was anticipating that we would be seeing a 2026 month budget variance, and I appreciate that that's coming our way very soon. I think the important part of that is to be agile enough in this year, in this budget year, to make any changes that would be required due to COVID, here we see some projections from last year, although they're not audited, but some budget variations that we should be very conscious of moving forward. So I appreciate that that 6-month report will be coming soon. Mm-hmm. Curious if we will take up water sewer rates for this year. Is that something that you're anticipating?
Yes, I'm hoping to get it. I don't know if I'll get it to the next council meeting, but possibly the first meeting in August, and looking at it being effective for the third quarter of the billing cycle for the 2020. Yeah. Okay,
very good. Also looking at reviewing the budget bylaw. When we have this budget bylaw and it shows that any excess money goes back into reserves, I am somewhat challenged by the idea of thinking if we don't spend it, such as with the community beautification program and so on, if we don't spend that money, then we're building somewhat of a war chest of sorts. And I really don't want council or staff to be holding money that we've actually approved. We want to spend the money to make our downtowns look beautiful. So I don't really like the budget bylaw that we have, that money's, excess money is just flicked back into the reserve. So I would like council to just give some thought to that. I know that was sent out in our emails today as well. Just curious if we would be, we would have the numbers for, the actuals and the reserves, and then when would we start looking at budget for 2021? Because that does take, like you mentioned, Carrie, it takes a quarter, or it has in the past, and just so we're on target.
So I want to jump in there first. I know that there is conversation now in terms of the timing for discussion on the 2021 budget. We also, before we do that, we are going to have a meeting at Committee of the Whole with, for our council members sitting as committee members so that we can look at different models. Let's not forget that that's something that we want to do, and just in terms of different budgeting models and having the information presented to our citizens and how we're addressing budget. So that meeting will take place, then we'll set an agenda for budget deliberations. So stay tuned. We'll have, I know staff are working on that report through Director Mighton and our CAO, and we'll have that brought forward. We may most likely be starting budget deliberations early. So there's a report pending on that.
Well, this is my concern, actually. The previous other members of this group of our council have brought up the accessibility, and now we're going to jump into inaccessible budget documents in maybe the month or 2 months. So I am quite concerned that we have the accessibility and we have all of that information, financials, in a way that can be presented to the public. So that being said, I would like to see the reserves. I know that they're not audited at this moment, right? But we are looking back at 2019 and saying, well, here's the numbers. Well, not audited. They are the actuals, the best that our qualified and quite capable director have provided. So I am looking at the reserves and how much the actuals are for 2019. I see that Carrie has that in the report, the actuals versus the budget, but what are the reserves for each department? And as we are able to look through and move through that budget bylaw, we might just find that there's plenty of reserve for one department and maybe not enough in another department. But without that information in the reserves, then it's hard to set a budget. So anyway, I will look forward to the budget meeting. Yep.
Sure. Yep. And let's not forget that we are getting the report from Madam CAO with regard to how we are going to deal with financial documentation and how that will be presented through our website and also through the preparation of the agenda. So that's a pending report. And then let's not also forget that we have to look at our different models, how we are going to handle budget deliberation for 2021, which will be most exciting. I'm not seeing any further questions or comments. I would like Madam CAO to reread the motion before us, and then I'll call the question. Just need to be unmuted, please. Oh no, I need the clerk. Pardon me, did I do Madam CAO again? I probably did, and thank you. It's not for Madam CAO, it's Clerk Scharback. Clerk Scharback, could you please read the motion? Pardon me for the delay on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that Council receives the 2019 Budget Variance Report for information. Moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Townsend.
All those in favor of the motion, please indicate with a check mark. Those not in favor, please indicate with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Motion does carry. I do apologize. It seems to be an automatic reference over to Madam CAO, and I did mean Madam Clerk. So I do apologize for the a little bit of delay on that. I will be more cognizant of when I speak. In that regard. Item 12.2, approval of accounts. Madam Clerk, could you please read the motion? I will be looking for a mover and a seconder, and then we will accept any questions or comments, of course. Please clear your dashboard, folks.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that Council approve voucher number 11-2020 in the amount of $658,705.60.
Okay. Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Hutchinson seconds the motion.
Thank you. Questions or comments, please raise your hand. Not seeing any. Oh, yes, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. I notice in at least one of these statements, it talks about, I think it's under background and discussion, it says that it's for payroll 12 and 13. But the actual detail, I believe, shows payroll 11 and 12. I just wanted to make sure it was a typo and there wasn't a problem with the data between the two.
Yes, Director Mighton, please respond.
Yeah, so on the 12 and 13 would be the pay period that was for the wages that were issued for the 12 and the 13. When you see in the body of the report, the allocations or payments for the stat deductions and those type of things, those would be for the previous pay as well, just the timing of when those go out to the Revenue Canada.
Oh, okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Yeah.
Also on page 4 of 19, there is a series of payments fairly significant for road maintenance. And given where we ended up in 2019, I'd just like some assurance that right now we're staying on budget and these are part of the budget numbers rather than we're trending to be above.
Yeah, and those are the calcium applications for the dust suppressant. So that was part of what was budgeted for, and it was in line so far with what when the tender came in with what was budgeted for in there as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you very much. Further questions, members of council? Seeing none, I will call the question on the motion. It's been duly read. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate with a check mark. If you're not in favor, please indicate with an X mark. I'm just going to move up my screen. One moment. Mayor Christine Robinson here. I am in favor of the motion. Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you are voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Motion does carry. Please clear your dashboard, and that includes myself. We are now moving on to item 12.3, the 2020 Strategic Vision Plan. It's Q2 update. Madam CAO, would you take us through that report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, excuse me. Yes, in front of you to be received is our second of 2020 updates for the Strategic Vision Plan. This takes us from April 1st to June 30th. And as attached to it is our matrix that shows each of the strategies and the action items that correspond to those strategies and the status. And I'm happy to answer any questions. It's pretty much spelled out in front of us the way that this has been presented. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
No, this is perfect. But I do want to say, Madam Clerk, the recommendation is to receive and file. Are we looking for a mover and seconder for this? I wanted to double check because I want to make sure procedurally sometime in the past we have not, but I want to make sure you as a new clerk identify, is this a mover and a seconder motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay, could you please read the motion then?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. The recommendation is that Council receive and file report 2020 Strategic Vision Plan Q2 update for information.
Okay, members of Council, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder, if I might. Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hamilton, I move this motion.
Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hergert seconded.
Thank you, and thank you for that latitude that we had the presentation already for Madam CAO. At this point, I am looking for questions or comments. Raise your hand if you have a question or comment. Councillor Councillor Shea, then Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Yes, I like this document. It's very clear and concise. I would like to recommend that it should probably have on the first page of this horizontally oriented document a title, something to the effect of 2020 Q2 or something. It just seemed a little stark, and I needed so when someone else is reviewing it, would be easier yes. For them to understand what it is. And I do notice that, like for example, it's 2020 Q2, but the very first item listed is something that happened in Q3 of 2019. So I don't really get that. And there's a number of things that are, talk about Q4 or even going forward like to 2022. So I was a little unclear about how the dates were envisioned.
Well, let's get some clarity on that. Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. It was a little bit of a decision that we had to come to on how we actually report on things that are completed. So we didn't want to lose sight of all of the strategies in this vision plan. So where you see, as you have pointed out, a 2019 initiative, it will have a completed. The vision, the very first one, hold annual outreach sessions. We did that. We intend to do it in Q3, but in 2019 we had completed that. So that doesn't mean that this strategy is gone forever. It's just been completed in this reporting period. When we get into next year, we will have it. It'll show up again as Q3 for 2021, for example. So each of the bullets are for the strategy, like for the goals, not for the overall strategy category.
Okay, because might have thought that there would be like 2019 community vision sessions are completed, 2021 community vision sessions are, on track or,
Yeah, and I take your recommendations to heart, because I do agree that, we could put a cover sheet on this, because the first one was fine, everybody knew what it was, but now that we're on to our second one, it would provide that additional clarity. And I'll speak with staff to see if there's a way that we can capture, the status for this quarter and then maybe the previous status, because that will also probably help us identify where we're making progress or where things might be slipping. So it will give us more than just this snapshot of this 3-month period.
Okay, and just a detail on the third sheet, increase West Grey's profile as a prime location for families and business, and it indicates the action was the Discover section of the website, and it's indicated as completed. I would hope that would be ongoing, that Discover section of the website. It would be constantly.
Yes, and I think that speaks to just the conversation we're having. We did complete it in Q3, but it's not been completed forever. So we are identifying that there it is again on the last page. So appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you. Under Pillar 1, the Listen and Empower, there's a reference to the procedural bylaw and council structure. And as you know, I have done the review of the procedural bylaw, just getting the okay to release it. So I'm going to send that off to you. And it was finalized in probably September, but the final version was dated May, so I will send that on.
Yes, please.
Sorry?
Yes, please.
And I'm also wondering, can that also go to council?
Yes, but what I want to do is, if that could be forwarded on to me and certainly our clerk, let the clerk handle it, and then also provide that communique out to the members of council. So I would say leave it in her court and in her capable hands in terms of dealing with this. And I thank you. And I thank you for your hard work on it. Also members of council for all of their input. I know the time frame, we were waiting for a new clerk. We're here. And Clerk Sharpak, I know you will enjoy this because you really like procedural stuff. So thank you. Councillor Townsend, anything further?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a couple of comments. One comment related to Pillar 2 build partnerships. I think wherever we have the Sustainability Advisory Committee as the actioner for some of these items, given that that committee is not able to be active at this time, which I understand, but it has been 4 months now. I think we're not on schedule. So I would think that we're not on track for most of those items. And also we didn't put the resources in place for some of the sustainability projects. So I just wanted to check in with staff. Right now it says green on track, but I think yellow in danger, at least for the timelines that are there, would be more appropriate.
I would agree with that. Madam CAO, what is your comment on
that? Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Hamilton, thank you for that perspective. The reason that I had left it as on track was because nothing has been removed. And I don't know that there's any danger of the work being removed unless the committee advises that they're not going to meet, Q1 of 2021, then that would be in danger. But at this point, I take your perspective though, because you haven't been able to collectively work on these initiatives. But are you recommending that they would be in danger, or once committees are back on sorry, I'm not going to use that word. Once committees are meeting again, these items would be just picked up from where they left off?
I think when I'm looking at the timelines, that we haven't met for 4 months, we will be behind schedule.
Okay.
So
all right. Well,
there's a color for behind schedule.
Well, there is, but it's the red one. So, which perhaps that might be the better, because in my mind, if it's in danger, that means it may not happen at all. If it's a little bit behind schedule, that means that it's not lost.
Okay.
So what are your thoughts on that?
I think more behind schedule would be, yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you.
I might connect with you just to have a chat about a few ideas about how we might be able to move a few things forward during these COVID times as well. So I appreciate that. And then thank you. And then my other question is, I recall late 2019, staff created a document that was tracking pending action items for staff, pending reports. And at that time, I think that document was to come back to council quarterly. So I'm just wondering about that tracking system, if that's running in parallel to this system, if they're going to be merged, or where we're at with those reports and action items. Thank you.
Yes, and through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Hamilton, the reports pending list that was provided last month coincidentally came with this update. The reports pending was part of the COVID update because council was wondering, was asking for an update on what staff have been focused on. And with that, another COVID status update will be coming to the July Committee of the Whole, just as we had brought for monthly. So you'll see that reports pending with that report. It's not tied to the strategic plan.
Okay, and just to clarify, like not a COVID related one, but like at the end of 2019, it kind of looked at the whole year in review and the list of reports. Does that mean?
So just so I'm clear, we did institute in 2020 a reports pending list. partly
Okay.
to keep me on track. So,
Okay.
so I didn't lose sight of some of the reports that were due. That was provided with the, as an attachment to the COVID, just to give that big snapshot for council and the community on all of the projects that, that we're working toward. The year in review, that's one of those items on that report pending list.
Okay, thank you. Many different lists, Gail.
Yeah.
Record keeping, that's something else our clerk loves.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
But it's important because these quarterly reports are essential for members of council to have, because when we talk, report out to the community, we have a reference point in terms of timelines, actions, and status, and how it relates to our strategic vision plan. So I think this is really important, new business report that you do, and then ultimately our year-end report. I also, before I go back to you, Madam CIO, is I know that we are looking at additional committee activity. So I think that'll be coming forward in the next COVID-19 report. And I have you wanting to respond further. Please go ahead.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So before we leave the conversation with Councillor Hamilton, I would just like to clarify with the clerk, if we're making the changes on the, as Councillor Hamilton noted, that these should be designated as behind schedule, does that need to be reflected in the motion that is received as amended? Because I do support that advice from the councillor that those should be reflected as behind schedule.
Please go ahead, Clerk Sherback.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I think that would definitely clarify things if the motion was to read that the report as amended be received.
And then that's
and
excellent.
Have those amendments incorporated into it.
That's what I was going to double check on that, that the amendments would be made. Okay, perfect. So the mover of this motion, are you okay with it as amended? I'm just going to double check. I think it was Hamilton and Herger. Councillor Hamilton, as the mover, are you okay with that as amended?
Yes, thanks for that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Herger, as the seconder, are you okay with the adjustment to the motion?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Hamilton, have you completed your questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. Councillor Herger, then.
Thank you very much. So actually carrying on with Councillor Hamilton's discussion there, we have some fledgling little committees. And because we scaled back some finances and we had some just getting started terms of reference and those type of things, this year was thought to be a year of education for specifically the dark sky and sustainability committees. I was curious if instead of getting people off track or postponing it until a later time, which is what we just moved the motion, we approved the amendment there to say they're not on track, they're falling a little behind, but we all understand we're in this COVID situation. So I'm curious if there is an online way to do that education, or how will we get committees of council once we are able to go back to meetings and so on, how will we get them to bring their agenda forward and propose a different way of implementation this year? Like, we're already in July, but we don't want to lose the entire year of that education piece. So is there some creative method that staff maybe have just waiting in the wings that I'm not aware of? But how could we get these committees back on track? Maybe their very first meeting together, they say, okay, we still need to get this part done, or this is our messaging we still want to send out this year. Would there be some latitude for these committees to bring that forward and say, we still want to educate this year, and we need staff to help us?
Yeah, and as we move ahead with having the other committees go online through Zoom, and that would be once we deal with the Sustainability Advisory Committee and certainly Dark Skies Committee, when those meetings are brought forward, there would be support from staff, but also let's not forget our council representatives on these committees that will assist with that. Have that discussion at that first meeting and let the committee, as we have citizen appointees and our council representatives, come up with solutions and then on how to address things, and it'll be reported back to council.
So I have a question then as it relates to the support community groups, which would be the one under the leveraging partners. It's still under the build partnerships. It says grants to organizations, and obviously that's a yellow. We chose not to do that this year. It's in danger. I don't see that by not giving the money, we have placed these organizations or the grants to organizations in danger. That is council's prerogative to say if we're going to grant money, if we're going to have extra time for communications or so on. But I don't think that because we as council chose not to give the money to organizations, I don't believe that that is in danger. I think it's going to look different, and it could look different next year and still not be in danger. But we are still supporting community groups, even such as the one this morning that came about the music in the park. So I don't believe that that's actually in danger. The grants to organizations was one avenue. It was one action that we've changed that action this year. But we're not in danger of not supporting community groups.
Madam CAO, a comment on that, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Hergert, thank you for your comment on that. I think what I would like to share is that when we were looking at the action was to provide grants as our way of supporting. That didn't happen. So, you know, obviously there's other ways that we can support it, but this particular action was speaking specifically to the grants piece. You know, if we wanted to update our actions, which might be an exercise we'd like to look at as a year-end review of the strategy, maybe add another action to say, you know, online support or something, whatever way we can support them in promoting their event, then that could absolutely stay as an on track. But the in danger is that we suspended grants this year, so I don't know what that's going to look like for this particular priority.
So with that, Madam CAO, just food for thought now, certainly a review on year end, maybe a consideration for an additional column for comments or, yeah, I'll just leave it at comments, whether that works or not, but at least it could be factored in for a discussion of improvement, kind of a yes or no type thing. Thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And as I'm listening to the feedback, I'm really pleased that Council's giving this so much thought, because maybe I need a few more colored dots. Maybe in danger is not exactly the right word. Maybe it's suspended or something like that, just to sort of give that indication to anybody looking at this chart that, you know, the events aren't in danger because of, you know, this isn't the only factor that impacted the events. So if it was, you know, suspended with a comment, that might give it a little bit more clarity. I don't know what you think about that, Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert.
Yeah, I think this is not a reflection of staff or our CAO or anything like that. I think this is just the time that we actually happen to be in. We decided not to do the grants to organization, but instead we said we were going to support our hospital. So it's not that we're not supporting community groups, and it's just the time that we find ourselves in. This shouldn't be a reflection of our staff and our CAO, right? Nobody there decided that we weren't going to do it, but just how we would do it in the future. So are you suggesting, Madam CAO, that we would have an opportunity at the end of the year to just review these action items, and maybe we have a different directions on the individual actions, and we could include those for next year?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think it would be, because some of the actions will actually be completed. You know, there's a few things where we say we're going to launch social media. Well, that's been launched, but maybe the action develops into grow our social media. So I think there'll be opportunities to fine tune some of these actions. And there's even some that are just, at this point, they're to be determined. So we will have to revisit those items anyway. So I think it'd be a really great review. Another activity under our year in review.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think this is an incredibly important document for one and all, and it's tracking progress, and it's also tracking where if something is perhaps lagging behind, what is the support needed to continue with the progress of a particular item, and it's all tied in to our strategic vision plan. So we're moving this wonderful West Grey community forward through staff and council and our community. So this is a very uplifting report, and thank you very much, Madam CAO. Certainly look forward to Q3 on this one. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please read the motion again?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. The recommendation, moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Hergert, is that Council receive and file Report 2020 Strategic Vision Plan Q2 Update as amended for information.
All those in favor, please signify with a check mark. Those not in favor, please signify with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson here. I am in favor of the motion. And Madam CAO, well done on the report. Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor. And again, I say well done.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you are voting.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you are voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Motion carried. We are now moving on to item 13, one proposed bylaw. This is under item 13.1, proposed bylaw 49-2020. Madam Clerk, please read the motion.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. The recommendation is that West Grey Council gives first, second, and third and final reading to bylaw number 49-2020, being a bylaw to confirm matters addressed at the July 7th, 2020 regular council meeting.
Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll move the motion.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Questions or comments, please? All those in favor, please. Councillor Hergert? All right, sorry. The dashboard is flashing all over. All those in favor, please signify with a check mark. Those not in favor, please signify with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of the motion. Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you are voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Motion carried. Item 14, new business. Madam Clerk, was there any new business?
Through you, Your Worship, I have received none.
Is there any new business from members of council? And I just want to remind you to clear your dashboard with your check marks. Councillor Hergert, your hand is up.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a question, and I would like to present a motion to reconsider on an item that we have brought up today. The item was regarding raising the straight pride flag, and I believe, or I would inquire and let our clerk comment if there would be any possibility of human rights violations based on this council having no protocol in place and suggesting, based on sexual preference, that we cannot fly the straight pride flag. Comment about the charter issue.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, I first want to know, is that question appropriately posed in item 14? And if so, could you please respond to it?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Hergert, for your question. I'm not sure, is this are you moving a motion to reconsider that
Yes,
motion?
Yes, I am.
And is,
Go ahead. Clerk
so
Turner.
I guess
Sorry,
the motion to reconsider, I'll just have to check the procedural bylaw on our procedures for reconsideration.
Sure, and what I'd like to do, if that is the case, and the councillor has indicated that, I would like you to take the time within the procedural bylaw to find it and then respond accordingly. So please, members of council, please wait until the clerk has a response. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, members of council, but certainly anybody listening in. The time is certainly always well used when reference has to be made to our procedural bylaw. Madam Clerk, your response, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Your Worship, for just allowing that time to confirm with our procedural bylaw. Section 23.9 of our procedural bylaw is motion to reconsider. And it reads that a motion to reconsider can only be made in the same meeting that the motion has been voted on, which is today's meeting. Only a member who voted on the prevailing side can move to reconsider a vote. And it was a recorded vote, and Councillor Hergert did not vote on the prevailing side. She voted to fly the flag, but that motion was defeated. So that would be the prevailing side. In regards to the question about the charter rights, I would need to delve into that a little bit deeper and have a look at the charter and can bring a report back. At this time, it's my understanding that we are not infringing on any charter rights. However, I can confirm that with a report back with fuller details about specific sections of the charter, if it's council's wish to do so.
Okay, when we've had a question before about something, we have had you research it and then provide an email. So I'm going to suggest we follow that same pattern, and if it is determined that there's no charter violation in your research, then the motion is, the email is there. If there's something further to follow up on, then it will be provided in a report. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? So, all right, good on that. Now, Madam CAO, is there anything further that you wish?
Fine, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We're just having our clerk read something.
Oh.
Please go ahead, Clerk Sharback.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to clarify another item in our procedural bylaw under new business,
yes.
On page 7, section 1.43, new business shall mean a heading on an agenda which items not considered by council on any previous occasions are brought forward for discussion purposes. So this doesn't quite fit it in that.
Okay, and it does, it first does ask my question when I had said, is this appropriate to be here under this section? So under that section, it is not.
Just wanted to clarify that.
But also to answer Councillor Hergert's question on reconsideration, it has to deal with the somebody that voted positive or voted
with the prevailing side.
Right. Okay. So where would that be in this? It kind of, unless there's somebody that wants to move that, if that is the case, where would it fit on our procedural bylaw? Direct motion or indirect motion?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. I wanted to put it out there. I thought that's where it might fit, but I wanted the clerk perspective. Okay.
Thank you, Laura.
Councillor Herger? Okay, thank you for the thumbs up. Councillor Shea then.
So to clarify, there will be no action taken on this recent inquiry.
Well, there's nothing on this new business item unless there's something that comes forward on direct or indirect motion.
Okay.
Then it's not going forward at all. And
we're not asking for a report. That's I just want to ensure that.
The only thing that, all right, Clerk Sharback, you're not going to do a report because it doesn't fit into the new business item.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Shea, asked and answered. Thank you. All right, that's good for clarity. No business, no new business item. Thank you very much for a little bit of a tour on that item. Item 15, addendums. Clerk Sharback, there are nothing in this agenda item. Is that correct?
Your Worship, that is correct. There are no addendums.
Okay, moving along, but as I look at the dashboard, Councillor Hutchinson.
Sorry, Councillor Hutchinson here. Sorry, did I miss it? Like, I had a couple of new business items. Did I miss that?
You kind of did, but I have to go back and fully respect you on that one. You have some new business items, so let's go back to item 14. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, so there were two items I wanted to bring forward. One was we received an email, I'm not sure if all councils received email, but regarding the tree on the north end of Durham, the landmark tree, the dead elm that oversits the Highway 6 north. And so I had a request to look into that and have it taken down because of the safety features. And obviously, as we speak, Ontario Hydro is working on that right now to take it down. We asked, through the email, it was asked whether we were interested in obtaining some of the lumber because it is a bit of a landmark tree, a very large tree that stands out as you come towards town from the north.
Councillor Hutchinson, I'm sorry, we just lost your audio.
Oh, sorry. Are we still there? Hello? Okay, let me just flip back here. Are we there?
Hi, Councillor Hutchinson. It appears we're having some audio issues on our end. Hello, can you hear us?
Hello? Am I here now?
Okay, Councillor Hutchinson, I can absolutely hear you. I wonder if you could just go back because we had a little bit of audio issue. You talked about the email and if we are interested in any of the wood from the particular tree. If you could take it from there, please.
Right. So my thoughts are I would like to see us be interested. My original thought, but my second thought was it would be nice to actually, if that tree if they could leave a stump, that we could maybe actually do a carving on that tree as you come into town. But given that they're cutting it down right at this moment, according to a citizen that sent me an email, I don't know whether it's going to be standing. So a couple thoughts. I'd like to see us do something with the lumber, if nothing else, to signify our logging or our woodworking industry in Durham over the years. So that would be my number one request.
Okay, and I think that's great. And we'll let this get handled through Madam CAO and Director Shrinsky. But on that, could I just have like a consensus check mark from members of council on that, that we'll look into the wood, and then we'll come back full circle and let you know what's been determined. Okay, good. We've got a consensus on that. I think that's a really great idea, Councillor Hutchinson. Please continue.
Okay, the second item was something that we had discussion earlier and we put it off, and that was the steps going down to the ball diamonds. And I know it was in our budget at one time, we were going to put money towards it. And then my suggestion was that we could possibly, and through our Director of Finance, thought it was possible to use some of the money in reserve for the, from a Mighton Estates, what was designated for parks. And I know some of the money got used over by the tennis courts for that park there. So my thoughts is, why don't we get those steps done, given that we have the money in reserve? It's a quiet time, nothing's happening. In a year, 2 years from now, the Homecoming Committee is going to be using that facility, and it needs to be done. So why don't we go ahead with that based on the time is right, I think.
So I think this is a really good solution. Director Mighton, can you comment with regards to the, let me say, the criteria or the compatibility of this project in relation to the Mighton funding?
Yes, through you, Mayor. This requirement on the Mighton Estate Fund was that it be used within the town of Durham and on parks related projects. So it would certainly fall in line with that. We had money, half of the money of what our budgeted estimate was in 2018, we had put into reserve for the project, or 2019, I should say, put in reserve for the project to be completed in 2020. So the balance of the funds, we had basically had half. So then the other half would, we could use the Mighton Estate Fund, and that would, depending on what the final costs are, would use up a good chunk of those funds. But there might still be a little bit left depending on final costs associated with that.
So what I'm hearing is that I think we need a report back on this, and so that it's an item on the agenda, so that citizens are aware of it, that we're discussing it, and that we can make a decision on it. So Director Mighton, would you be prepared to write such a report?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, that'd be great if we could have something come back to us, and hopefully we can maybe accomplish it still this year.
Yeah, I think that's a really great solution, but we look forward to that report. And I know, Madam CAO, on the other item that Councillor Hutchinson brought forward on the lumber, you're going to coordinate that with Director Shrinsky, and then circle back to members of council. Okay, thank you very much for that. She's just confirmed with an affirmative nodding of her head. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hergert.
Just to further Councillor Hutchison's point there, is it possible that we can have staff look into grant money instead of spending money that we do have set aside already in, you know, in a park setting? There could be monies there for accessibility, lots of different avenues. So I'm just curious about the granting opportunity.
Madam CAO.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. I'm just remembering about an email that I just received recently. The let me just, oh goodness, it's for enhancements. It's a grant that's available to municipalities to create more opportunities to persons with disabilities to take part in community activities, programs, and services or employment. The deadline for that is July 13th. So I'm going to work with staff to see if this could be a potential fit. Because this might be an opportunity for us to at least get some top-up funding. So we'll certainly take a look at that for this project, because it is a little bit time sensitive, as Councillor Hutchinson pointed out. And any future projects, we'll certainly keep our eyes open.
Good. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson? Pardon me, Councillor Hergert?
No, thank you very much, Laura, for checking into that.
Okay, is there any other new business items? I just want to make sure I got everybody. Okay, good. We're off that item. We have accomplished item 15, which was the addendum, of which we have none. We are now on item 16, notice of motion or direct motion. We do have one that is item 16.1, moved by Councillor Hamilton, which we will need to address. And then we also have an indication for upcoming meetings, a notice of motion from Councillor Shea, and also a second notice of motion from Councillor Hamilton. So that's the order that I have it right now. Madam Clerk, take us through this item, please. Pardon me? I think it should be read into the record, but before you go, then would it be the councillor read it into the record or you procedurally? The clerk?
I can move it, or I can read it.
Please go ahead, clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. We have one notice of motion on the agenda, moved by Councillor Hamilton. Whereas West Grey Council condemns the unjust treatment, oppression and racism of those who identify as Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and whereas Council acknowledges that systemic racism exists and persists in every community and institution in Canada, including West Grey, creating social and economic disparities from education to healthcare, to housing, to employment and justice, and whereas Council supports the Bruce Grey Poverty Task Force belief that everyone deserves to live free of systemic oppression or racialized violence, and whereas the report by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada contains several calls to action, several of which are actionable by local governments, including Call 57. We call upon federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments to provide education to public servants on the history of Aboriginal peoples, including the history and legacy of residential schools, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, treaties and Aboriginal rights, Indigenous law, and Aboriginal Crown relations. This will require skill-based training in intercultural competency, conflict resolution, human rights, and anti-racism. And whereas Council is committed to anti-racism as demonstrated in the foundation of our 2020 Vision Plan, whereby we set goals to listen to our community, value diverse voices, and build partnerships. Therefore, be it resolved that the Municipality of West Grey will actively work towards anti-racism and anti-oppression at every opportunity, beginning with annual training for Council, committee members, and employees for anti-racism, anti-oppression, diversity and inclusion, and the history of Aboriginal peoples, and further that this resolution be circulated to media, lower tier municipalities in Grey and Bruce, Grey County, Bruce County, West Grey Public Library, West Grey Police Service, Grey Bruce Public Health Unit, Blue Water District School Board, and Bruce Grey Catholic District School Board.
Thank you for reading that. I'm going to go first. Actually, before I go to Councillor Hamilton for comments, I'd like a seconder for the motion. Is there a seconder for this motion, please? Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Absolutely, yes.
Councillor Hamilton, your comments, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So I put a lot of thought into my comments. Thank you for the space. So I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, and like them are committed to being stewards of the land. This motion comes at a time of having recently celebrated National Indigenous History Month, at a time of marches across the globe for Black Lives Matter, and at a time of governments, boards, and corporations issuing statements condemning racism. It's also been a time of profound conversations with West Grey community members. I want to thank those who have shared their experiences with me. I'd also like to thank Emma Cole-McCubbin and Sarah Galbraith for the letters of support as seen in our agenda today. From a young age, we learned that racism is perpetuated by a bad person intending to hurt another because of the color of their skin. And if we limit our understanding of racism as intentional, malicious acts, then I'm confident that we can all say here at this table that we are good people we are free of racism. End of discussion. But it's not that simple. When we look at our systems, our laws, our institutions, and the people in power who make and shape these systems, those in power have remained fairly homogeneous, predominantly white, male, middle and upper class, heterosexual, and able-bodied. This lack of diversity, combined with unconscious bias, creates inequities, partly because those in power aren't aware of the experiences and barriers others face, and partly because those in power benefit from these systems. As a white person, I have inherited white privilege. I didn't set up the system, but it does unfairly benefit me. And this doesn't mean that I don't face struggles, but it does mean that I don't face additional barriers because of the color of my skin. Systemic racism and privilege is most often invisible to white people. However, systemic racism is made visible every day by Black, Indigenous, and people of color who have been telling us so. Systemic racism is made visible by reports such as the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action, or the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Report. Systemic racism is made visible when we look at social outcomes and the glaring inequities in employment, housing, education, incarceration, health outcomes, and violence for Black, Indigenous, and people of color. As a white person, I don't need to feel guilty. I didn't choose these systems, but I am responsible for my role in it. I have an opportunity and responsibility to make change in my privileged position here at West Grey Council. As municipal leaders, we have power. We make decisions that directly affect the quality of life for West Grey citizens. We can make and revise policy. We make budgets. We advocate and partner with other levels of government. We also have the power to shape conversations and mindsets within our community. So in reviewing the motion before you today, the first paragraph is West Grey Council condemning racism. The second paragraph is acknowledging that systemic racism exists in institutions across Canada, and West Grey is not immune. Prime Minister Trudeau has acknowledged systemic racism. Our CMP Commissioner acknowledges systemic racism. Premier Ford is acknowledging systemic racism. Our Minister of Education, they're making changes to address, most recently, systemic racism. So there are two actions in the motion presented to Council today. The first action is annual training for Council committees and staff. It's a small step. It's achievable. I believe it's foundational because you don't know what you don't know. The second action is circulating this motion to media and institutions, including area municipalities, public health, school boards, library, police boards, because we recognize our systems are integrated, they interact with each other, and so community effort is required to address systemic racism. I understand that talking about racism is uncomfortable. You may feel hesitant and you may feel like you might say the wrong thing. However, we just have to start talking and normalizing this conversation. As West Grey Council, we can use our voice to challenge racism, and if we don't, then we are upholding the systems that keep racism in place. I'd like to end with words from West Grey resident Emma Cole McCubbin, and she writes, West Grey could be an incredible leader for our area to set a bold example of love, diversity, and equity. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you very much. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you. First, I'd like to congratulate and thank Councillor Hamilton for bringing this forward. I think it's well overdue in a lot of places and for a lot of reasons that I think we all know and we're all seeing in the news and conversation. So, and social media is going wild on it. So we know that it's very important to a lot of people. I agree with everything that Councillor Hamilton said as well. I think, again, being white, being privileged to sit here around the table does give you opportunity to make change and to impact what happens next and how West Grey moves along this path, if you will, because I think it's a journey to get to where you're going to get. I like the annual training because if you try to do it all in one training session, first, it's unrealistic. Second, it would probably be like trying to drink from a fire hose, and we all know what that would happen if you try that. I have one concern about the opening paragraph, and all it is I don't think we condemn the unjust treatment, oppression, and racism only for those that are Black, Indigenous, or people of color. I think there's unjust treatment for others. I think we had a conversation earlier about pride versus straight. I think you'll find that is also an issue of unjust treatment. And it doesn't matter which way it goes, it's there. I would have liked to have seen something along the lines that West Grey Council condemns the unjust treatment, oppression, and racism of all, and then perhaps with particularly or especially. So it does recognize that we don't accept it under any circumstance as being valid. And we understand that currently the biggest problem, if you will, is there. I think that's also supported through the action items, because the action items are facing in those areas. And if anyone says that's not the biggest problem today, I'd be very, very surprised. But I want to be all inclusive. I think we should be all inclusive to anyone that is being treated inappropriately or being looked at inappropriately. And I think that that would be my recommendation. And I don't know how open the mover or seconder are, but I don't want to just say we only condemn the activities or treatment for that group. We do it for all. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So the way I'm going to approach it, unless our clerk says different, I'm going to ask the mover and seconder if it is a friendly amendment, and I will spell it out. Whereas West Grey Council condemns the unjust treatment for all or all individuals, especially, or unjust treatment, oppression, and racism of all, if it's individuals or just all, especially those who identify as Black, Indigenous, and people of color. So let's see what Councillor Hamilton will say as the mover. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thanks for the opportunity. I would suggest that this is specific to racism. And racism, this does include all those who experience racism, the Black community, Indigenous community, and people of color. So I do think this motion, or this opening paragraph, addresses the concern that any one group be left out. They are not. They are included. Thank you.
Okay, so you're saying leave it as is, status quo on your motion. Am I hearing you appropriately?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then we will, because the mover has said status quo, do I need to go to the seconder, Madam Clerk? No, I didn't think so either. Okay, thank you for that. Now we're going to move on to Councillor Hergert.
So I have a few questions about how this actually rolls out. I mean, these are a lot of great words and we are standing behind these words. I want to know what it means at our West Grey office for the next 6 months, for the next year. Will we have a rollout of an education, maybe it's an online training for any member of our public that would like it? We talk about having new housing here. We also talk about Grey Bruce newcomers and a welcoming committee for new individuals in our community. And I think this is where the rubber hits the road. We have to have a robust plan to implement this. So I would suggest that this is not just an annual training for our own council that only leaves it really limited to 7 people that get that training when there's nearly 13,000 people here and we're growing. So and also, we would pass this off to the police and the library. And I would go so far to say that we need to mandate this out of committees of council, that they have this training, and that our police and that our libraries that do work with the most vulnerable people in our community have access to this training. I realize that may come under their own purview of their own board, and I would look that our library delegates and our police delegates take this as council has passed this motion, and we need to follow suit. I think that it's very important that the demographics of police, any involvement there, are released to the public. The committee is only the education and training. I'm just curious if I'm also looking for a policy to be developed about what this means annually for our council. These are a lot of great words. I want to see the action that goes with them. And I think we've got it all there, but I also believe it's not just us and our council. This is for our community and all of the institutions that we fund. So if anyone would be taking money from the public, I would like to see that they have a policy in place and that they're practicing these words. Thank you.
So it does say annual training for council committee members. And then it's referencing going to the public library board, the county, and the police. So it's being addressed that way. I would look first to the mover for a comment back, and then to Madam CAO. But from a police services board, our police members, our police officers receive bias-free police training. They do have refreshers, and I note that our chief of police is identifying that this is a refresher year, and he's also, our chief of police has also done an outreach to, and I'm going to say it this way, but he's done an outreach to the former Cape Croker police in terms of if there's a linkage for training. So that's just the update here. But certainly, Madam CAO, do you have oh no, actually, I don't want to, I'm accelerating here. Councillor Hamilton, your thoughts first on this, and then over to Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Councillor Hergert, for those ideas. And I hear what you're saying. How can we make this available to everyone in our community? And I think that's really ambitious and very positive. We're thinking along the same lines. So the motion does speak to, excuse me, the first action item does speak to annual training for council committee members and employees. So I think that's a good place to start, because we are connecting with members of the community who are engaging with West Grey in the committees. So it's a starting place, isn't it? But perhaps who knows what the possibilities are? Perhaps there's an online platform that could be made available to the public as well. That's a possibility, but at least this motion's a bit more bite-sized, just so I thought it'd be achievable. But it is just a first step. Maybe step 2 would be, how can we make it accessible to the community, whether it be through events or online, as you suggested. So I applaud that direction, and perhaps we see that as a second step. And then yes, it's being circulated to other bodies that we don't govern, but just to let them know we're taking these actions to be encouraging and to look for opportunities where we could work together in advancing this forward. Thank you.
And thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for bringing this motion forward. I very much appreciate it, and your insight in terms of how this would be rolled out. Madam CAO, further discussion, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Council, for this discussion. I think it's an awful lot of things to ponder and how we could deliver on this. So I don't have a crystal ball on what this could look like. There are some things that I wouldn't mind sharing right now, and that is, since I arrived in West Grey at this municipal office, I've worked extremely hard with staff to create a culture of safety, feeling safe in your work environment, and we've got a culture here that is inclusive, and I'm quite proud of the staff that work here. And you know, there's some training, there's additional HR training that's available for the staff. As we roll it out to committee members and members of council, that could be manageable. My concern is that we cannot mandate other orders or boards or whatever to do it. It really would be driven by their desire to participate. So I think that this may be worthy of staff doing some investigation if council sees fit, but this motion is quite detailed and quite specific. So, you know, if it was a general motion on what this could look like, that would be different, but I'll leave it to council to debate. But right now I'm just enjoying the conversation because I don't really have direction formulated in my mind just yet.
Yeah, and I think it'll come forward. I think this is an ongoing. So should this be approved? And I just say that because we haven't voted on it. Councillor Hergert, anything further?
Well, I definitely think there are opportunities to buy a entire package, whether it be an online thing or such. I'm not sure how staff normally get this training. We haven't received this training yet. If it would be something where it could be developed as an online opportunity, it could be spread further, more freely throughout the community. I mean, I think we need to do this. And if people are taking public money, so I'll just give an example. The airport is not under the authority of West Grey Council. However, we have also brought a very similar motion to the, such as the one Councillor Hamilton has brought forward. And that being said, we as West Grey Council support the airport. So how would it be just acceptable if we as West Grey Council had it, and then our committees of council that are really funded by councils doesn't have a policy like this? So I will be looking, I mean, I see this as a very initial step, got it, but I'm looking forward to when we go to next budget, who has taken this training, who will be using the money, who is making the rules behind this motion. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I confirm with the clerk that I could speak at this time. And she has confirmed that I can, so I am going to speak. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for bringing this motion forward. I've had time since you presented it at the last meeting as a notice of motion, so I've had time to reflect on it. I do note that there's other communities that have passed motions, but they're unique to their, it's in my estimation, in my opinion, they are unique to their particular municipality or community. I will be supporting this motion, and I just wanted to mention that. Okay, thank you very much. And so who else do we have to speak? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and then Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Yes, I can support the bulk of this in principle. The only concern I have at this time is the training. I really would like to see staff come back with some numbers on that, because this is all new and this could turn into astronomical amounts of money without, that's the unknown right now. I support all of this, but I would really like to know what's going to be the financial impact. You know, we're talking about council, we're talking about staff, we're talking about the community. I would like to see some of that come back to make a clear, conscientious decision on that. Again, because the principle's there and I support it. How much is this going to cost us to get the training in? And that's my only concern. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Madam CEO, you'd be, should this motion pass, and I'm going to phrase it this way, you would be investigating different training modules and opportunities. Maybe there's something through AMCTO. I know from my previous experience with AMCTO, they tend to be on the forefront to look at different training for at least AMCTO being for staff, you know, for AMCTO being the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks, and Treasurers. So, you know, there may be opportunity there. There may be something through AMO for members of council and committees. So would you'd be prepared just to have that investigated and then brought back into determining the type of training, time frame, duration, costing, and maybe even a schedule for training purposes? Could you comment?
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I think all of those items would be necessary in a report, because that gives council the information they need to shape this program for sure.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, does that respond to your inquiry?
Yes, thank you very much for that response. Thank you.
Anything further?
No, thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you. It's Councillor Shea. So I just wanted to reiterate that I feel like this is a very well thought out timely and passionate initiative, and thank Councillor Hamilton for bringing this forward. I fully support this, especially the training. And it is, just to clarify on the Deputy Mayor's last comments, it is for council committee members and employees, not the general public.
Yes.
I'll say that I've been mandated to undertake training like this at my other employment. And it's been delivered, I've had training sessions delivered both in person and online courses, and the in-person is far more powerful. So if there's any way that, we could make that happen, and this says annually, so maybe, every other year or every third year or something like that. But I was, in the instances where I have taken this training, it has been transformative for me, and it's really helped me with my thinking. So I'm really looking forward to this. Thank you.
Thank you, and great comments, one and all. Is there anything, actually, let me say that differently. Is there anyone that wishes any further comment? Or, as I was starting to say, is there anything further that people wish to say? Councillor Hergert.
Thank you. I was curious, the mover of the motion, Councillor Hamilton, had mentioned that she had an amended version of this notice, and I was curious what that might include before we go ahead and look at this on its own.
Councillor Hamilton, could you respond?
Thank you. I actually don't recall saying I had an amended motion.
Oh,
did you?
okay.
Sorry, Councillor Hergert. Did you think I said that today in the meeting?
I did think it was earlier, but I thought it was Hamilton, Shea, and back to Hamilton for an amended. But if I have misheard that,
okay,
fine.
I stand by the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Anything further by any member of council? All right, on the motion, all those in favor signify with a check mark. Those not in favor signify with an X mark. Oops. Okay, I will begin. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of this motion. Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Motion carried. We're on to Councillor Shea. You had a notice of motion. Now I want to make sure this is done correctly. Madam Clerk, at this point, does Councillor Shea read into the record his notice of motion, which will be addressed at the next meeting, or does he reference the topic? Please respond.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Councillor Shea can certainly share his notice of motion at this time. It won't be recorded word for word in the minutes. It will, however, appear word for word on the next agenda, and that agenda is the notice to council members and to the public that this is coming forward. So Councillor Shea, I think, has already forwarded me the wording for that in an email.
Yep.
So that I have the wording exact on the next agenda, but they can certainly
he can
reference
read it right
now, but it won't be included in the minutes word for word.
Okay, so it won't be in the minutes, but he could read it.
Absolutely.
Councillor Shea, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Whereas the Municipality of West Grey committed in its 2013 multi-year accessibility plan, quote, to ensure all new websites and content on those sites conform to WCAG 2.0 level A by January 1st, 2014, end quote. And further that, quote, the municipality will take the following steps to make all websites and content conform with WCAG 2.0 level AA, it's 2 A's, by January 1st, 2021. Train staff in the requirement of WCAG 2.0 level AA, ensure that all new information posted on the website conforms with WCAG 2.0 level AA, end quote. That's the first whereas. And whereas the Municipality of West Grey has addressed issues pertaining to non-accessible documents by removing existing online documents previously available to the public and ceased to include non-accessible documents in council agendas, therefore be it resolved that the Municipality of West Grey does recommit to identifying mechanisms by which all previously publicly available documents, as well as future council business documents, will be made accessible and available to the public by January 1st, 2021, and that staff will prepare a report by September 15th, 2020, outlining options to achieve this. That's the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shea. This notice of motion will appear on our next council agenda, and the date of our next council meeting is July 21st, 2020. Thank you very much. Councillor Hamilton, you indicated you have a notice of motion. Would you like to read it into the record?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Whereas West Grey is currently undergoing a review of employee wages and compensation, whereas Grey Bruce Public Health promotes a health in all policies approach, calls upon local governments to consider the health implications of policy making, whereas the Corporation of West Grey is an anchor institution in our community and can be an example for other employers, whereas a living wage is the hourly wage a worker requires to cover their basic expenses, and this wage is updated annually for our region by the United Way of Bruce Grey in alignment with the Ontario Living Wage Network framework. Whereas the benefits of becoming a living wage employer include increasing well-being for employees, enhancing recruitment and retention, and receiving public recognition for demonstrating commitment to socially responsible practices. Whereas the Ontario Living Wage Network certifies living wage employers, and once certified, employers voluntarily pay a living wage and maintain their certification with the network as new rates are calculated for their area. Therefore, be it resolved that staff report on the feasibility of a living wage for the Municipality of West Grey in consultation with the United Way of Bruce Grey and the Ontario Living Wage Network to be received ahead or in conjunction with the compensation review report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For this notice of motion, again, it will be on the next council meeting, and that meeting will be July 21st, 2020. Are there any other notices of motion or direct motions? Seeing none, we are now moving on to item 17, closed session, incomplete items only, so that is an NA. Item 18, matters arising from closed session, NA. Item 19, question period. Supervisor Hewlett, would you be able to identify if there's any individual that has a question at this time?
Before we move into the question period, any members of the public who wish to participate during this period can share their name and ask a question by sending a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, using the chat function located in the bottom right-hand corner of their screen. All questions will be placed in sequence and then read out verbally. Alternatively, members of the public can also use the raise their hand feature, in which we will call upon them to state their name and their question. Or alternatively, if you have joined us by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. I see that we have one phone line who would like to speak. I believe it is Marion, and then I have also received 2 questions through the chat.
Marion Radcliffe, thank you for being part of our meeting today. Please go ahead.
You guys covered, wow, you guys covered a heck of a lot during this meeting today. And I pulled together a few questions, and hopefully I can whip them off. I'll start with my statements because they don't require an answer. Just to Councillor Hamilton, well spoken regarding the racism statement there. And thank you for differentiating between personal racism and systematic racism. Because, you know, like you say, get your back up when someone accuses you of racism and you're thinking, but I never hurt anybody. But to show that there's actually a systemic thing going on. and that's something we really need to work on, that's appreciated. And I do look forward to seeing policy and become action. My second one is also a thank you to Councillor Hamilton and to Councillor Hergert for bringing forward the concerns, especially regarding the Dark Sky Committee and the LED lights, that in the Q2 update, they are behind. Nothing's happening because of COVID, because we can't hold meetings. So thank you for bringing that to attention. Now I do have a couple of questions. One regards a policy of redacting citizen addresses, emails, and phone numbers from any mail that comes in and then is posted online. In the past, they used to black out your email address or your phone number or address before it was posted, but I see with what you've done now, all of that is there. Which way is the policy going to be going with that?
Good question. Who would like to take this? Our clerk, or is definitely our CAO is saying our clerk at this point. Clerk Sharback, please.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Any personal information will be blacked out on correspondence if requested by the sender. Otherwise, correspondence to council is a matter of public record if it's to be included in the package. But certainly a phone number or street address or a personal email address, we can redact upon request for sure. And we can confirm that with the senders moving forward. But it is a public record correspondence to council.
Marion Radcliffe.
Okay, thank you for that. Another question is about the flags, that you are working on a policy because it's getting silly.
Yes, and there was a draft policy that was presented to, I'm going to say Committee of the Whole. I don't have the date in front of me right now, but it's in draft. It is coming back and for Council's consideration. So with that, I'm just going to extend over to Madam CAO. Do we have a time frame? I've just actually looked at that draft to refresh my memory. Do you have an idea of when that will be brought forward? Is it the next Committee of the Whole or the one following? Anyway, over to you for a response.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Marion for the question. The part of the reason that the policy has come back to staff is because we want to do some in-depth consultation with our police chief and our fire chief. And I'd like to give the clerk a little bit of time with this, having been here for, is it a month yet, Madam Clerk? Not even a month yet. It feels like you've been here for a while. But
does.
Yes, I'm doing a fabulous job, if I could add that.
Yes.
So I cannot commit to a time perhaps toward the end of the summer, but certainly, it would be in the September Committee of the Whole, I would suspect.
Okay, good. And I appreciate that you're not identifying a date that can't be achieved, because I really don't want to go down that road. I want success for when it's determined when reports are going forward. Marion, anything further?
Okay. No, well, I do have one more, but as far as the flags, like I said, I think any flag raising, it should be a meaningful thing. And we really do need. Okay, the last one is about the Zoom meetings. I am kind of I heard mention that you might be going back to in-person meetings soon. I'm kind of hoping for those of us that have at-risk persons at home, whether I'm dealing with a cancer patient, that we still have the option to attend through Zoom for the time being.
I can tell you, Marion, it was me that identified, that we're looking at additional committees to have meetings. My approach is Zoom at this time, and I'm looking at both our clerk and CAO to that. So we're not looking at in person at this time. And when that will occur, that will be in complete consultation with public health for sure. So that is not on the docket at this point. So thank you for raising that question.
Okay, that's everything. And thank you very much. You guys had a great meeting today.
Well, I really appreciate you saying that, and thank you for your participation in it. Okay, Supervisor Hewlett, you identified that there were 2 other individuals. I wonder if you could assist in bringing those individuals forward to ask their questions.
Thank you. These, it's the same individual who had sent me 2 matters of correspondence, and it was through the chat feature. I believe she has stepped out of the meeting, but she has asked me to read these on her behalf. It is from Bev Falco, and she states, I am in full support of I am in full support of Councillor Hamilton's comments in regards to the pride flag. I feel that flying the straight flag is a defensive act by privileged individuals. Very glad that the motion was defeated.
Okay, that was just a comment. Is there anything else from Bev Falco?
Yes, she has also stated that she is indicating her full support for the anti-racism motion that was raised this afternoon.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, is there any other individual that wishes to participate in the comment period, or rather, the question period? Supervisor Hewlett, would you be able to identify that for us?
At this time, I am seeing no other individuals.
Okay, thank you for that. We are moving on to item 20, Municipal Act notices. Madam Clerk, are there any?
Through you, Your Worship, no, there are not at this time.
All right, we are moving on to item 21, adjournment. Madam Clerk, could you please read the motion?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that we, sorry. Okay. The recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 2:47 p.m. to meet again on July 21st, 2020, or at the call of the chair.
Okay. So before I adjourn, normally what I would do is, because the motion has been introduced, but we don't have a mover and a seconder. Director Sheminsky has his hand up. Is that something that can be addressed through staff at a different time? Or Director Sheminsky, do you need to respond to something before I go into the notice, or rather the adjournment? I'm just concerned that your hand is up. Is it just a mistake? If we could unmute his mic, please.
Your Worship, can you hear me?
Yes.
With your indulgence, sorry for the last minute question. The issue of the tree was brought up this afternoon with respect to the tree that's on the highway north of town.
Yeah.
It is underway, and I am making every effort to have some of that wood brought over to a sawmill so that it can be cut into lumber, so that and or a decision can be made at a later date as to what it would be used for. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Yeah, fair enough.
And as just as an update moving forward.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Item 21, I'd like to just go over it again. Madam Clerk, would you please read the motion again, and then I'll ask for a mover and seconder. Thank you very much.
Through you, Your Worship. The recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 2:49 p.m. to meet again on July 21st, 2020, or at the call of the chair.
Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll move the motion.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hutchinson seconds the motion.
All those in favor, please signify with a check mark. Those opposed, please signify with an X mark. Mayor Christine Robinson, I am in favor of the motion. Councillor Townsend, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hergert, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Shea, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Shea, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, state your name and how you're voting.
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Motion carried. We stand adjourned. Thank you very much, members of council. This was an action-packed agenda. We are moving items forward on behalf of our citizens and business owners of West Grey. Thank you, one and all.